Ich mische mich da ohnehin immer lebhaft.
Ja, Sie können gerne zentrieren. Ich sitze aber am besten am Rand, dass ich Sie auch alle gut im Blickfeld habe. Sie können sich gerne neben mich.
Entschuldigung.
Ich habe das kein Problem. Gleichfalls, ja. Wie Sie möchten.
Ich habe das verstanden. Es soll eigentlich so dazwischen sein, oder? Gibt es hier eine spezielle?
Vielleicht können wir dann alle noch eins auf. Achso, oder wir sind vollzählig, genau. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this workshop on tackling online hate speech, a multi-stakeholder approach. My name is Sabrina Fob. I'm very delighted to share you through today's workshop. This workshop is organized by the InSafe Network, which is the network of safer internet centers across Europe, in cooperation with the Federal Ministry of Justice and Consumer Protection in Germany. In this regard, I would like to thank already Dr. Alexander Schäfer from the Ministry for the great collaboration following the workshop merger in the past months. This workshop will run for 90 minutes. We will kick off with a 30-minute panel discussion, hearing from policymakers, practitioners, and also industry representatives about the efforts that have been put in place to tackle hate speech online. In this regard, I'm delighted that I've been joined on stage by Mr. Thomas Blönig. He's the head of subdivision at the Federal Ministry of Justice and Consumer Protection in Germany. Mr. Chan Yo-Yun, he's an advocate and IT lawyer. Ms. Ingrid Bonig, who is a journalist and author. Sabine Fang from Google. And Dr. Marc-Jan Eumann, who is the director of the Media Authority of Rhineland-Palatinate, the vice chairman of the Commission for Protection of Minors in the Media, and the coordinator of the Safer Internet Center in Germany. You may also see on the slide that we were supposed to be joined as well by Mr. David Kay, who is the UN Special Rapporteur on the promotion and protection of the right to freedom of opinion and expression. Unfortunately, due to last-minute emergency, he is not able to join us, but he obviously sends his warm regards. Following this panel discussion, you will be able to discuss amongst yourself, as we will host 4 different table discussions with also different stakeholders in the field to discuss different aspects and ways to tackle hate speech online. However, with any further ado, I'm happy to hand over to Mr. Dr. Marc-Jan Eumann for a short welcome. Please.
Thank you very much, Sabrina. Dear estimated speakers of a high-level panel, dear table leaders and youth ambassadors in the breakout groups, dear remote participants from countries around the world, dear audience and participants of our workshop here at an early hour at the IGF in Berlin, a warm welcome to you all. Hate speech is not a new phenomenon. It is old and familiar as the formation of human societies and the organizations of people into groups. New is that with the digitalization of our global communication opportunities and networks, online hate speech is tremendously increasing in an often unprotected, uncontrolled, unmoderated, and unregulated environment. The freedom of speech is one of the principal pillars of our modern, liberal, and open societies. And I think that we all agree that this is one of the biggest achievements and treasures which we all should work on to protect and guarantee. However, to avoid destructive and insidious impact, hate speech can seriously inflict on our societal cohesion. Clear action and guidance are needed. More than 3,000 participants from all around the world, from different nations, cultures, religions, climate zones are coming together to just speak up, to meet and exchange their views on the online society. The global multi-stakeholder approach of the IGF is unique and guarantees the diversity we are all living in. Hate speech is like a cancer in this colorful environment. It is a threat to democracy. How can we tackle hate speech is a big question. Who is and who should be responsible to counteract online hate? The issue is huge, and media literacy plays a prominent role. But my message is short and simple. I think we need both regulation and education. Mr. Bloink, Germany was piloting with the Law Enforcement Act in 2017. A whole bunch of measures against hate speech was adopted by the cabinet just 1 month ago. You will give us an update of the legal scenario and the globally controversial debated Law Enforcement Act. I may add that we from the State Media Authority of Rhineland-Palatinate are not only educating young people, but we are also prosecuting haters and perpetrators with our initiative Verfolgen und Löschen, that means prosecuting and deleting. I'm very delighted that you join us on this panel. And Mr. Chan has been the attorney at law in one of the most prominent cases in recent times when you were representing at court a Syrian refugee versus Facebook. This got high attention in the public, and we are very happy to have you here, and I'm curious to follow your words on the case. From our neighboring country, Austria, I would like to welcome Ingrid Brodnik, a journalist from Vienna. Your country already wrote history in the social media jurisdiction with the Max Schrems versus Facebook case in the decision of the European Court of Justice. You've just told us about your problems actually dealing with the decision of the European Court of Justice, so we're very interested to hear about this immediately. So you are somehow, per definition, a very special expert, and we're grateful to have you here. And last but not least, and very close to me, Sabine Frank from Google, also a warm welcome to you, and we are very enthusiastic what you would like to tell us about the responsibility of one of the major global tech companies. I would also warmly welcome our table leaders who will activate and conduct our discussions, Barbara Jassi and Caroline Silbernagel from the Anti-Hate Initiative Das Netz, Catherine and Jayo, the voice of the young people from the Youth Ambassadors. I very much welcome Ricardo Campos from Brazil, who is an expert on online legislating, doing research in Frankfurt and Sao Paulo, and he's just told me about his soft approach on this issue. And Sofia Rasgado, our colleague from the Portuguese Safer Internet Center. Let's have a vivid discussion. Welcome you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eumann, for these very warm welcome words. As you said, indeed, online hate speech is a very growing phenomena, even though hate speech as such isn't something new. If we look back in history, it always existed, but obviously with the growth of the internet and latest technologies emerging, it is much more viral, present, and widespread. In order to take according measurements, in June 2017, the German government put the Network Enforcement Act in place, which requires social networks with more than 2 million registered users here in Germany to exercise a local takedown of obvious illegal content within 24 hours after notification. Where the legality is not obvious, the provider normally has up to 7 days to decide on the case. Mr. Bloink, could you please tell us a little bit more about the Network Enforcement Act and also what it has achieved in the past 2 years?
Well, thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation to contribute to this interesting discussion. I think starting off with the Network Enforcement Law, the NetzDG as it's called, I think is a little bit short. I think I would like to start with a general picture, and I think that's something what you already described, but I think it's always to remind ourselves in what kind of atmosphere we are in at the moment. And I think if you look around yourself and if you look at online discussions, I think we have to state, first of all, online discussions are key for democracy, are very good for getting people into discussions, into political discussions and social discussions, but online discussions also may lead to aggressive, abusive, and hateful discussions. Now, this is something I think we have to accept as a starting point for all the measures we have to think about and have to consider, either regulations, soft law approaches, or other discussions we have to put in place. And I think everybody everybody in this room, and myself as well, they can suffer as a result of opinions, skin color, social background, religion, gender, sexuality. Everything is possible as discrimination in online discussions. That was the starting point when we looked at any kind of regulations which we might put in place. And as said before, I think freedom of speech is the cornerstone of every democracy. But freedom of speech ends there where criminal law steps into the place. And I think that was the fine line we had to draw when we had to look at new regulation in Germany. The starting point of the concept of the network enforcement law, as I would call it, roughly in English, was that social networks have to assume greater responsibility. That's the one side. But that's not the only side. I think, on the other hand, also state authorities have to take more responsibilities to ensure that victims are protected and there is some effective enforcement. Now, looking at the bigger picture, let's say the international picture, we have to note that we have two developments to note. The one is on the UN level, and I think this is one of the places where we should always cite what is going on the United Nations level. We have in May 2019 of this year, the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, who presented the UN strategy and plan of action on hate speech. And at the G7 level, the French presidency made a proposal for a charter for a free, open, and safe internet, which was signed not only by governments, but also by the networks and also by civil organizations. This is important, I think, to set the picture for any kind of discussion about regulation. You see that something is growing, something is moving, and our aim for the network enforcement law was then to be part of this bigger picture, which is, I think, I would say a multifunctional framework which has to be set up. Now, now I come to my point, I think, but I think it was important, I think, for me to describe this picture where we started off with the Network Enforcement Act. Now, what is in the Act? First of all, it applies to large social networks, offering a broad range of topics with more than 2 million registered users in Germany. That's the starting point. And the second one, which is, I think, one of the most important starting points, is that we're dealing with criminal content. We're not dealing with every kind of discrimination in online discussions. We're dealing with criminal law. And the question, is it possible that in online discussions there are online hate crimes which are not prosecuted? And I think that was the line where we said, yes, let's concentrate on the criminal law area. So what are the offenses which are in a set of rules which are the basis for any kind of compliance system which has to be put in place by the networks? Some examples are public incitement to crime, forming criminal or terrorist organizations, incitement to hatred, distribution of child pornography. These are just some of the very serious crimes which we have to put into the law. Now, what is the consequence? If you fall under this regime, you are a big social network. There are some contents which may be criminal. First of all, these large networks must have some kind of reporting procedures. So there should be the possibility to raise a complaint to the social network. So the social network has to look at this complaint, and then it has to decide within 24 hours if there is a manifest illegal content which is violating German criminal law, that it has to be removed. If all other unlawful content, as you said, the time limit is 7 days, and even beyond that, there are cases which are very difficult, where the social network has even more time to look at the content. This is not to dilute our aim to fight criminal content. This is just to find a fine balance of freedom of speech and the question of criminal prosecution, and the question how do we get criminal content out of discussions. And the second thing is to get this balance right was the reason why we introduced some transparency requirements in the law. So these social networks which are under the law have to report on a 6-month basis in transparency reports about what is going on with the complaints, how many complaints have been raised, and what has been done with the complaints. Now, as examples, I had a look at the last 2018 reports. Facebook reported 1,460 complaints, 377 cases were deleted. Now, this is probably a very low number. I'll come back to that one. But YouTube, for example, had 250,000 complaints, and complaints led to about 50,000 deletions, which is a rate of about 20%. And Twitter has a very comparable rate, although they led only to an average of 9% deletion. Now, this whole compliance system, which has to be put in place, is under a sanction system. The Federal Office of Justice in Bonn is responsible for enforcing this. And there has been recently one fine against Facebook, which is based basically on this question, how many complaints have to be reported. Was this right? This this fine has been imposed in summer and is now under court revision. Now, what is the further development of the Enforcement Act? We have actually two bigger topics which will lead to changes in the network enforcement law. The first one is we have the European Audiovisual Media Services Directive, which covers video sharing platforms. That introduces a right for re-examination and out-of-court dispute resolution. That has to be put in place anyway. But the second thing is we have to look at what kind of experiences we have with the Network Enforcement Act, and there may be probably additional changes as well. The second bigger project is that what has been mentioned before is the bigger package passed by the cabinet to fight right extremists. We had two very prominent cases where the internet had a not very good role, I think. The one is an attack on a senior regional politician who has been murdered in his garden. And there has been some campaigning before that in the internet. And the second one is the, I think, known attack on a synagogue in Halle, where there was anti-Semitic manifestos and a person who broadcasted the whole act online. Now, these are just two examples, and we see that these are attacks on political representatives, also with a political objective, and that is the reason why why the cabinet decided that we have to increase the role of social networks in prosecution. So the aim is to make, in specific cases, the social networks report automatically to the prosecution that there has been some deletion of criminal content. Now, I just reiterate that one. It's criminal content which has to be prosecuted, and that should be, as an information, go to the prosecution side. So we don't only want to delete, but we also want to prosecute. And I think that's something which is missing at the moment, that victims probably see that the information are deleted, but there's not really a prosecution in place. And that is something we want to change. I think that's enough, and already much too long. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very elaborate explanation of this very important law. So we have heard a bit on the policy side, and now would like to go to Mr. Jung, who is obviously in the practice field. And as Dr. Eumann said, you were involved in quite a popular case, at least here in Germany it was quite popular, because you defended a refugee who took a selfie with our Chancellor, Angela Merkel, and he received quite a lot of hateful messages after this picture got published. Maybe you can tell us a bit about this case.
I would love to. Thank you. Is it okay if I walk around? I can speak better
Absolutely.
when I'm not sitting. Hi, my name is Chan Zhou. I'm a lawyer for IT law. I run a law firm in Bavaria with 10 lawyers, and in our pro bono practice, we represent victims of hate speech, but also users who were, victims of overblocking. When I first used the internet in the early 90s, when I was 17 years old or something like that, the biggest annoyances of the internet were probably copyright infringements or spam, and both did not bother me very much at that time. And I thought, well, it's good to have all these liberties, and governments should stay out of it because they will not understand it anyway. Well, 25 years later, something has happened in between, I'll skip to that. A young man contacted me, Anas Modamani, because he had become well known because he took a picture with Angela Merkel in September 2015. And his picture had since then, between September 15 and December 16, been used for every terrorist attack or crime committed by a refugee. Because people were saying, well, not just some refugee committed the crime or set bombs in Brussels, but it was that refugee that took the selfie with Angela Merkel, and see where it took us, what idiot Angela Merkel was to take a picture with this person. So Anas Modamani was afraid of his life because he had always been pictured as a terrorist or a murderer, as someone who has tried to set a homeless person on fire in a subway station here in Berlin. And Anas Modamani at that time was working at McDonald's. He could not go into hiding, even though he tried outside. He put a scarf around his face or something like that because he was afraid to be attacked by someone. And because he found out that this will not stop, he was one of the victims who was actually willing to go to court with the case, but because it has not happened just once, but many, many times. He had been accused of setting bombs and fire, making a terrorist attack in Würzburg, in other Breitscheidplatz. He was pictured with that, and always his selfie was taken. But whenever he reported the picture to Facebook, they would do nothing. Facebook said, this does not violate our community standards. And when we took the case, we thought, well, this is an easy case. This is a clear case. We don't have to argue about freedom of speech because this is a factual statement. Someone says in writing, he took a selfie. I have the picture with me. Fortunately, thanks to the NetzDG, it's not online anymore. It reads, Obdachlosen angezündet, Merkel machte 2015 Selfie mit einem der Täter. Homeless person set on fire. Merkel took a selfie with the perpetrator. And when we reported that to Facebook, the law was on our side because libel, slander, defamation is an illegal criminal offense. It's not a civil case, it's a criminal case. But Facebook said it does not violate our community standards, and they were right. Until today, defamation is not covered by Facebook's community standards. And Sabine, yes, we're talking about Facebook today. Community standards of Google are different to that. And I always mention Google to explain people that it could be different if we wanted to. But Facebook made the decision that they said, well, what do we do about nudity? We outlaw it because it will not improve our reach. We will lose users. But as for hate speech and defamation, they made the decision to keep it legal on Facebook unless certain protected groups were affected by that. But in this case, community standards were not affected, and we had to take this case to court. And so Anas Modamani filed a preliminary injunction. That's what it looked like. Anas Modamani, that one over there. And what came out after that in 2017 was that we lost the case, actually. The court said, well, Facebook claimed it would need a wonder machine to track hate speech, to find this picture everywhere, because we have so many billions of users and new postings. And the judges said, well, we are not experts in technology. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. We cannot decide the case. Let's hand it back to the lawmakers, and you should give us some law to tell us what to do with the cases. And they did. Just a few weeks after that, the Ministry of Justice introduced the first draft of the Network Enforcement Law, which was highly criticized at that time, because people were afraid about overblocking and the limitation of freedom of speech at that time. And that's something we have to talk about. But for Anas Modamani, this was the first chance for him to get this picture taken off the networks through the Network Enforcement Act. If I report this picture through the regular reporting systems of Facebook, it will still remain online. But if I report it over NetzDG, then it will be taken down. So community standards are different from law because community platforms make different decisions on what they want to have online and what not. So I believe we should not leave it to the communities or the platform themselves. We have regulations, we have laws for good reasons. For some reason, we decided to protect dignity of man, protect personality rights, protect minorities. And these interests may not be the same of platform drivers. So I believe lawmakers and regulators should play a more active role. Now, that's not what I said. That was a quote by Mark Zuckerberg. He handed the mandate over to the lawmakers, and here we are. In the second case, I would like to mention just very briefly, and I think I'm probably over my time anyway, we also represent people who were affected by overblocking, who had been blocked, whose account was blocked for 30 days because they said something, commented on a post which Facebook considered to be a violation of community standards, even though courts said it was perfectly legal. But Facebook fought vigorously to defend the community content decision there, and it took us 1 year to get a court decision to find out that the comment was not illegal, but it was covered by freedom of speech. So we can say we were successful then, but it took us 1 year. And that's just incredible, because no one would ever go this way again to invest these resources and have an account opened after 1 year. Of course, she was already released from Facebook prison after 30 days, so it was just a matter of principle in the end. So what we do need in a second version or third version of the Network Enforcement Act is a better protection for users to claim their rights for freedom of speech. This is something that was criticized in 2017, and overblocking was not caused by the NetzDG, but NetzDG has not solved the problem, but it could. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yun, for sharing a bit the practices and also highlighting, the thin line between, what is online hate speech and what is freedom of expression. I'd like to go to Mrs. Brodnik, who's a journalist, and you have obviously following the policy side, but also the headline and the different cases, and also looked into the topic of online ethics. So based on the two statements you've heard, maybe you can elaborate on your side.
Let me start with an example, the example of an Austrian journalist called Corinna Milborn. On Facebook Messenger, a man wrote to her, I translated it roughly. He was very upset and he wrote, "I wish you will be attacked on your way home by a horde of wild Africans. Then you will understand what is going on, or maybe we will be rid of you, which would even be better." The post was much longer than that, but you get the point. So she was threatened with rape, and this user was wishing her that she would die. And she did something most people who get such messages don't do. She wrote back, and she got the address of this person, and she visited him. And so she was standing in front of this nice little family home at the outskirts of Vienna. It was a middle-class home, very beautiful, rather idyllic. And there was this man, a very ordinary Austrian, who has written this, who was clearly upset. And they found out he was upset because he had read the news story that some Africans had raped a woman in Vienna, and the police covered it up, and the media organizations were not allowed to write about it. And I guess you are already thinking about this. This story was made up. It was a fake story. It was completely wrong. But he believed that, and it is a rare case where somebody really visits a person and can show, come on, this is not true. And the good thing is he believed her. But, we cannot visit every person at home which writes such a things or read. We even don't know everybody who reads such things. And what you see is it's often not like the traditional, like common far-right people or the very common people who would produce hate speech earlier on. It's often ordinary citizens which get more and more aggravated. And by reading such stories, for example. And I think we just don't just need to talk about takedown, like how to take down certain words or how to punish people for illegal criminal posts. I think we also need to talk about the mechanisms of platforms. Because, for example, we know that anger-inducing content has better numbers. Angry people click more, by which I mean there was a good study by the political scientist Timothy Ryan in the United States. He published political ads on Facebook, and he saw that political ads which induced anger had more than double the amount of clicks than other political ads. So it's a good strategy to put anger-inducing content online. People will click, will comment, will like. And there's the danger that today's algorithms are built in a way that they even make such content more successful. Because, for example, when we know at Facebook, when a post has many likes, many comments, it will have a higher chance to reach a lot of people. The algorithm will probably show it to more people. I mean, the same question is regarding YouTube, for example, which also has important algorithms deciding which video to show you next or which video to show on the starting page. So we also need to talk about the mechanisms there. And the biggest problem here, besides the criminal law aspect, I think is that we are lacking transparency regarding the new logics of the most powerful platforms we have ever had in the history of mankind. So this is the one side, and I think we should also see hate speech not just as something you shouldn't write. Hate speech is a tool to suppress other people, to suppress the views and the visibility and the opinions of other people. For example, we see that every gender, every man, every woman can be a victim of an abusive comments. It can happen to everybody. But there are factors which will make it more likely that you will really get some severe forms of online abuse. We see that, for example, there is a gender difference. The Pew Research Center found out that 4 in 10 Americans say they have experienced online abuse. But when you look at the more severe forms, when you ask people, the last time that you received online abuse, was it severe? Women are twice as likely to say, yes, it was severe. When you look at sexist, abusive sexual harassment, young women have twice the likelihood to be victims of that than young men. And we have the real danger that certain groups within our society are being silenced. So this is not just a fear or a feeling, we have numbers backing that up, or numbers that suggest there might be something to it. Just one last study. Amnesty International in 2007 asked women in 8 countries if they had experienced online abuse. And those women who said yes, that they had experienced online abuse, they were also asked if it had consequences on them. And 1/3 of the women who experienced online abuse said that they have become more reluctant to talk about certain issues. And I think we must understand online abuse, and especially hate speech, as a method to silence certain groups with aggressive means. And for example, for decades now, we have been fighting for gender equality and that women can publicly voice their opinion without being afraid to be called out, intimidated, or getting rape threats. And these are democratic values we fought hard for, and there's the real danger that we have a new media ecosystem in which such threats and such intimidating comments, which are sometimes illegal, are the new normal. And we are actually making steps back in our society.
Thank you very much also for sharing these very interesting cases, and you will all have the opportunity, obviously, to ask questions later on. I would like to go to Sabine. We have heard, of course, social media companies and internet service providers need to take more action, so we're obviously very excited to hear your thoughts, and maybe you can also respond to the network enforcement law and, your opinion. Thank you.
I understand all of this in 5 minutes. So thank you for having me here and inviting me. Very excited to be here with you. There have been so many points raised that it's actually hard to address all of them. I try my best to do this. So starting out with responsibility, I think we're all sitting here in the room because we understand that there is a real issue at place, and we all have our shares to take responsibility. For platforms, just to speak about YouTube, it's also a matter of scale and size. So the number might not be new to you. We have 400 hours of new video content every minute. So out of these, it's even 500, sorry, 500 hours of video content. From the removal side of things, we know that less than 1% of this content is actually either illegal or violating our community guidelines. That doesn't say that there is not an issue and we don't need to take up responsibility and scale up our operations. We have done in the past and we will do. I'm just saying that we have to also take this into perspective. To Ingrid's point, it's not just that voices are suppressed. I think platforms give the chance that people who have been suppressed in the past actually have means now to make themselves heard much more than 15 years back. So I think we need to take both sides into consideration. So how do we address the topic of responsibility? We have 4 pillars under which we do this. So the 4 pillars are all starting with an R: remove, raise, reduce, and reward. So let me very briefly go especially to the first one because it has the most connection to our topic today. So remove obviously is content we found either violating our community guidelines or violating local law. So how do we find out? We have flagging systems in place. You're hopefully aware that next to each video, you have the possibility to flag content. Next to each comment, you have the possibility to flag content. A lot of people actually use this, which is very good. Then we have trusted flaggers. These are experts in certain fields across the globe who have specialized tools to give us information on content they see violative against our community guidelines, but they also give us information on substance, on subject. So it's very important that we are in a steady dialogue with them because we need to learn. We are not subject matter experts in all these abusive behaviors and content. So this is very important. And the third topic to be named is machine learning. We have invested a lot into machine learning technologies to help us find problematic and illegal content. This works especially well in the areas of spam, in the areas of child abusive material, and we have made great progress in the area of terrorist content over, let's say, the last year and a half. It is not really the silver bullet for all types of content, especially in more nuanced cases like hate speech. It's very, very complicated, and we are not there yet to actually have machine learning to help us detect content and then after reviewing it, removing it. But for other areas, it's very, very successful. So coming to the enforcement part, we have 10,000 people across the globe who review content and then remove it. Just to give you some statistic, what that means in Q2 this year, we have removed 9 million videos. 78% of the videos have been flagged by machine learning technology. And in 81% of these cases, no human view has been on that video before it has been removed. I think this shows the power where technology can actually help. We have removed 4 million channels, and we have removed 530 million comments. So there's a huge upscale process we have in place, and I think this is part of what we do. But we also, and this is something that has been addressed, it's not only about our community guidelines, but we respect local law as well. So NetzDG is that example here for Germany, but it's not just in Germany. We do respect local law across the globe where we operate. We have invested huge engineering resources to bring the legal complaints form, which we always had. So you could always report illegal content, and we reviewed it after local law. So this is not new. We just brought these two forms together, so the flagging flow and the legal removal flow. We have received, actually I have updated statistic. We have received 300,000 complaints in the past, so it's not publicized, so it's very new also to you. 300,000 complaints under NetzDG, so legal complaints. 77 of these have not been removed. So you also see that we have to take into account that a lot of people just use it. They just click and file complaints. So it's not that easy to just say, well, there has been a click, just remove. No, there are trained people who actually look if this violates local law. So in 23% of the cases, the content has actually been removed. So I think that shows that we do take great respect into the national law. If I may, I just have two comments to be made, and then maybe tell you also the other 3 R's in the discussions, if I may, because I think it's important not just to reduce or remove content, but also to raise authoritative content. So a lot of the hate speech discussions and disinformation discussion can only be countered if we give more visibility to authoritative sources. So this is what we have strived for and take a lot of efforts to be better in this. Reduce content, borderline content. Some of the hate speech content which sets us up is not illegal, but we find it disturbing anyhow. So here we can help to reduce actually visibility. Happy to talk more about this. And the third one or fourth one is rewards. So unlike a lot of people say, it's not in our interest to hand out big chunks of money to people through advertisement on harassing videos. So it's not in our interest. So we see rewarding actually and the monetization as a privilege to creators. So there are even stricter mechanisms for people who want to monetize content. A last word on NetzDG and the new ideas the German government has. I would welcome very much to actually evaluate the current law really intensively before we go to new grounds. Self-regulation is one of the key ideas the law has introduced also to tackle hate speech. We have filed an application to set up a self-regulation body together with Facebook almost a year back. It's not up and running because the Office of Justice has not approved so far. So there might be ideas to also improve the pace of these mechanisms. On the other improving law enforcement, we've always said that this is a very good idea. It's not enough to just take down content. We actually need to have improved law enforcement actions. But I think we need to look very carefully into the mechanisms here. If we would, and I told you the numbers, if we would forward all the content we deem to be illegal to law enforcement, then law enforcement would have maybe 100,000 cases just from YouTube. Is that something they can actually operationalize? And won't we have totally different discussions a year from now if this would be in place? I don't think this is actually meant, so I think we need to think about what are good mechanisms so we can help law enforcement to take action and on the other hand safeguard user rights, privacy rights at the same time. So I will stop with here, looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sabine. It's obviously great to hear that such good progress has been made. But as you said, it's not only about takedown, and we have heard the keyword before, which is education. And we would like to invite you now to discuss amongst yourself. You will be able to select between 4 different group discussions. And here you can see on the slide what will be discussed in the different groups. So the first group, we'll talk about children's rights and how are they protected and is the voice of children and young people heard. And I'm very delighted that this group discussion will be facilitated by 2 of our Better Internet for Kids youth ambassadors, Katrin and Joao, and I invite them to give a quick wave from the back. So if you would like to discuss with them, they're right over there. Then we have another group who will look in what more can be done in terms of media literacy education, and this will be facilitated by my colleague Sofia Rasgado from the Portuguese Safer Internet Center, who sits over there. A third group will obviously look into the role of the internet platforms, and I'm very delighted that we have Ricardo Campos from the University of Frankfurt, but he also works in Sao Paulo for Logarithm. He sits over there if you would like to join Ricardo. And a final group, obviously looks into the cooperation and collaboration on national, regional, but also international level to counteract hate speech. And we have Caroline Silbernagel from Das Netz sitting over there. You have the chance to discuss now for 20-25 minutes, then we will come back in plenary, and you obviously get the opportunity to ask our panelists questions and also give a feedback to the session. So I wish you a very nice group discussion. I invite you all to stand up and find a table facilitator. Thank you.
Auch in Österreich. Ja. Danke sehr. Super, das freut mich. Das ist ein schönes Interview gemacht. Ja. Das freut mich sehr. Freut mich. Wenn Sie wollen, kann ich mir die Karte geben? Ja, gerne. Ich bin austauschen, ja. Ja, gerne. Aber interessant, dass Sie da auch ein Projekt haben. Die Auswertung, ja. Von der Ediz, auch das mit der Ediz, dieses Projekt, ja, die kenne ich auch vom Namen. Ja, genau, PNP. Zuckerli für die Meinungsfreiheit. Und da wäre bei trotzdem glaube ich Zuckerli. Das war ja die ganze. Ach, super. Sie werden das auch. Ja, das war ja genau, weil Sie werden das auch. Aber die Kollegen haben. Ja. Wenn die das schicken, wenn die es haben, bin ich sehr interessiert. Nein, ist klar. Aber ich werde auch laufend melden. Ja. Was Sie festgestellt haben, das ist toll, das ist spannend. Das ist super. Ja. Da habe ich gute Erfahrungen mit denen gemacht in dem Bereich, dass sie das ernst nehmen. So gibt es ganz andere Staatsanwaltschaften. Ja, aber ich muss dann einfach ich weiß. Das ist mühsam, spannend. Ich würde mich sehr interessieren, wenn es da
Das Thema Transparenz bei allen Bürgern. Aber es kann eigentlich nicht so schwer sein. Die KI löscht manchmal steht in den Zahlen, die wir gesagt haben, wie viel Prozent nicht von Menschen gesehen werden. Ne? KI löscht, es gibt Leute, denen ist es egal, dass sie gelöscht werden, aber die Leute, denen ist es nicht egal. Die müssen die Mechanismus bekommen. Muss man noch ordentlich oder nicht allein sein, aber es muss eine Möglichkeit geben, die Einstellung geben, wir brauchen Transparenz, wir müssen die Entscheidungen erfüllen, warum die KI oder wer auch immer entschieden hat, und dann muss man irgendeinen Rechtsweg haben. Und das ist nicht so schwierig, weil dass man Entscheidungen hat, das ist ja für uns Juristen nicht das erste Mal, dass wir irgendwelche Wege aufsteigen. Also das heißt, die erste Möglichkeit ist im Unternehmen, nach dem Europäischen Verpflichtung, dass sie begründen, was sie machen, dass sie bekommen Entscheidungen. Und das können wir immer sehr gut hinschreiben, als Verpflichtung. Aber es ist natürlich leichter zu sagen, Rechtswidrigkeit ist nicht herstellen, weil die Garantpflicht ja schon sozusagen zart ansetzt. Anspruch auf Meinungsfreiheit ist natürlich nicht als Anspruch gedacht. Aber das ist ein dogmatisches Problem, das löst sie irgendwie. Aber man kann tatsächlich sagen, so eine Content-Generation gehört Absicherung bei. Löscht das Richtige, aber lasst die anderen Sachen stehen. Weil die Kritik dazu, die 2017 kam, war ja im Grunde berechtigt. Also ich habe mich immer dagegen gestellt, weil ich sozusagen sage, Hauptsache wir machen irgendetwas zum ersten Mal. Und die große da waren einige der anderen Oberblogging des Unternehmens, der erste Gründertag, der damals 2017 war, der sehr abstrakt war, meines Erachtens in diese Richtung. Und also ich denke, dass man es einbauen sollte.
Das stimmt.
Wie siehst du zum Beispiel wo ich gebe mir das Beispiel, alle Politiker gehören mit Eisenstangen verprügelt, nicht juristisch greifbar, zu unkonkret für eine Beleidigung oder Nachrede in Österreich absolut rutscht überall durch. Jetzt ist aber die Frage, muss ich das stehen lassen? Ich finde, dass wenn die Plattform als Ganzes anfasst, sowas zu löschen, okay, dann würde ich sagen, geht sehr weit. Aber wenn jetzt zum Beispiel das beim Spiegel Online gepostet wird und der Spiegel Online sagt, ich sehe das überhaupt nicht ein, dass wir hier Aufrufe haben, dass da Politiker verprügelt werden sollten, das ist nicht Volksverhetzung, weil es keine geschützte Kategorie, aber es ist übel. Also ich finde, da gibt es schon einen Zwischenraum und dieser Zwischenraum, der ist ziemlich ungelöst in meinen Augen.
Wir haben über so globale Verträge, das muss jetzt mal das ist eigentlich schon klar. Jetzt über die sind da schon sehr weit auf der Linie. Die Frage, wie stelle ich die Polizei im Hintergrund zu, und das ist das, was wir uns wir wollen ja auch nicht eine Diskussion. Wie gesagt, Verschärfung, das ist völlig recht, also Verschärfung ist irgendwie ausreichend. Alles dann immer nur, wenn wir schon mal Strafband machen, den Leuten zu sagen, Leute, das ist eine rechtliche Schritt, dann können wir auch das Leben interessieren. Also zu sagen, das ist jetzt alles, das war ja eine Aussage, auch von der also wer alles laufen lässt, glaube ich, dann noch beim Service gar nicht
Publikumsbeteiligung gehabt. Ja. Und dann haben wir einen Vorschlag gemacht. Was hältst du von Table Talks? Und dann habe ich ja hier das Netz und dann haben wir alle Briefings gemacht. Und ich finde, das ist eine Bereicherung zum Panel. Und du siehst, das finde ich das Tolle an IGF in der Regel, anders wie sonst, weil die Leute kommen, dass sie noch können den Ländern können diese Reisebeziehung, die ganze Community ist jetzt dabei und der hat das geschafft. Weißt du, wo wir sagen, Gott, wir sagen ihm das. Und hier kann ich meine Meinung sagen, zu Hause bin ich, wo ich manchmal denke, mein Gott, wenn der heimkommt. Aber es ist toll.
Aber wenn ich an Strafbahn 100 habe, dann ist das nicht wichtig. Das Holocaust. Das muss auf jeden Fall
habe ich da einfach neue Fragen, wenn mehr was passiert, dann so über diese großen, wenn es nicht ein Facebook und ein YouTube für ihre Bereiche zu machen, dann das Ich bin mir bei den Zahlen für Deutschland können wir uns Netzwerk überhaupt nicht sicher, weil ich sehe da diese Gefahren, das ist nicht so eingetreten, wie es am Anfang ganz gut war. Aber ja, aber das ist ja, genau. Das haben wir in Österreich ja ebenso. Wir haben eine SWG, wir haben etliche Beispiele von Fehlentscheidungen auf Facebook, gut dokumentiert und notwendig wurde. In Deutschland ist die Debatte über das Netzwerk so interessant. Immer wenn man was blockt oder nicht geblockt werden sollte oder was man nicht nachvollziehen kann, heißt es nicht SWG. In Österreich gibt es diese Erklärung.
Aber was hat sie gemacht? Ach so, also.
Barbara zum Beispiel, die ja gesperrt worden ist, das Netz ist gar keine Sperrung vor, also wir sind auch zuständig, wenn Gesetze entstehen sozusagen. Aber also, ich finde es unglücklich, ich finde es ich würde wirklich gerne sehen, wie man Oberblock im Rahmen des NetzDG handhaben könnte. Ich habe auch unterschiedliche Einwürfe zum Beispiel von welche Stiftungen for any kind of possible legal content because I think you will
Ja, aber dann formuliere ich die aber da steht nur sitzen. Das ist was man immer so ein bisschen ausprobiert. Man sieht jetzt nicht so das Deutsche, das ist aber dafür haben wir es, deswegen war ich auch da, okay.
But I think if you actually scale out your large capacity, and by actually having a large framework, you understand that it might not be one whole legal, one
Und der hat mir vorhin hier mit seiner linksliberalen Berichterstattung mit dem Forum. Und da ist die große Frage, wie sehr kannst du diese wichtigsten Plattformen, die sind ja österreichisch, alle Plattformregulierung drin nicht funktioniert. Und wolltest du die Zeitungsregulierung in Österreich? Das ist jetzt dafür so gewesen. Aber und das Tragische ist, ich bin kein wahnsinniger Fan dieser Idee, weil ich bin dafür, dass wir eher über die IP-Adressen gehen.
mehr, die geht aber nicht mehr, darfst du gar nicht. Und meine Befürchtung ist, dass die großen Netzwerke, wenn du jetzt Norwegen, dass es nicht so kracht, dass das eben genauso kommt, dass ein echtes Sitzprinzip besteht. Und alles nach Erland wandert. Und wir dann sind auch
Ich bin sehr gespannt auf den Digital Services Act. Ja. Weil
ich bin nicht sicher, ob das in der Netzcommunity eigentlich in Deutschland oder in Österreich so richtig
überhaupt nicht.
bewusst ist,
Es liegt ja noch
was
nicht
da
vor.
passiert.
Ja. Es ist auch so interessant, weil ich sehe schon die Chance, natürlich könnte Europa das.
Even if we take into consideration the national interests, then maybe we will force more international.
Und dann
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, to disturb you, but I'm afraid we have to come back to the plenary to come to a conclusion of this workshop. Obviously, we hope that you will continue this discussion, and all our panelists and also table facilitators will, of course, be at the IGF today. We would like to hear now back from the table discussions, and there will be a rotating microphone going around for the table facilitators to briefly summarize about the discussion.
Which main session, like the...
Joe, I give you the mic then you do a very short
Okay, we have been joined on stage by our youth ambassadors, Katrin and Joao, and your table discussion evolved around the topic of children's rights and what more can be done to ensure that the voice of children and young people heard when it comes to online safety. So please fire out.
Yes, is it working? Okay, yes. Thank you. Yeah, we had a really nice discussion about a lot of different things concerning children online. And we kind of started with a really interesting point at the beginning that we are talking a lot about the symptoms and not like really the exact problem in society. And but I think we kind of got to the conclusion that it's really hard to like totally change the society, and we had some good ideas how to make it concrete and what we really could do, which I think the basic point was that a lot of things are about like community guidelines, and that we have to work strongly on that, and that like all different parts of society have to work together on the community guidelines and not only like one platform together.
So thank you for this, Catherine. My name is João Pedro. I'll be actually focusing on the recommendations and the actions that we actually discussed. So first of all, related to the symptoms, I think it's as mentioned, important so that we start connecting the dots. What does this actually mean? That we need concrete approaches, for instance, community guidelines in the platforms that the young children are using. Why? Because sometimes it's actually not clear if we are actually providing or promoting the good content or not. We are talking about risks, but sometimes not about the opportunities. And a great space to speak about both risks and opportunities, it's when we think about the parent relationship with the children. Another point that was mentioned was the gaming content. So sometimes the negative content is being circulated and promoted by example. What does this mean? For instance, influencers are doing things that actually they're not correct or not right, and we then see people, and young children in special, to take those examples. And what can we do about this? Well, it was actually the last point that we were discussing, and something that came up was reaching out to the influencers themselves as something that should be done, and trying to making them aware of the responsibility that they have in the digital sphere. Also, a very interesting point would be to have a kind of age rating system for the content that is being circulated in the platforms.
Thank you very much.
And just one more thing, and I think we all who are talking about children online, we already talked about like education in schools, and not only educate the children but also like the parents. I think that's something a lot of us talk about like all the time, and we try to wrap our head around how to do that, and that it's more about children maybe like teaching their parents and like older people as well. So I think that's, yeah.
Thank you very much. I think that's a good point, and also good bridge to the second group that talked about the importance of media literacy education and what more can be done to support children and young people. And Sophia, please come up and give us a short summary of your group discussion.
Thank you, Sabrina. So, our group, to sum up the discussion that we had, the conclusion is that it should be mandatory to have digital literacy in the school curricula, and also including the ethical dimension, human rights. And then we also talked about how to reach adults about these questions, the digital literacy, the media and information literacy, and that it's not easy. And as the network of the Safer Internet Centers, we know that it's easy to reach parents. And then Greece gave the example about that they are working on of reaching adults, but through the families. And we also talked about how to reach elder people and vulnerable people. And it's not easy, and we don't have a conclusion about that. I'm sorry. What more did we talk about? Okay, and it's also important not only to focus on the media and the digital literacy, but it's also good to take in account and to teach children the critical thinking. I think that it was.
Thank you very much, Sophia, yes. And don't worry about not finding any concrete solution. No, this is all why we're here for, to discuss and exchange. Thank you very much. The third group, and we have heard this before about internet platforms, that they should take more action. And there was a third group facilitated by Ricardo. Please come on stage and give us a short summary about the discussion within your group.
So I think it's not fair to summarize the discussion here, because we have really different point of views raised by different people around the world. But I would like to put focus in two main questions that we discussed. One was raised by the Italian colleague about, and it's quite related to your talk, the IT lawyer. So about the condition, terms and conditions, you know, and the importance of that. And the comment of the colleague was that if we wanted to take a look on this self-regulation side, maybe we lose import points, for example, public interest and so on. And I think that's the most important message maybe from Germany, from the new regulation, because it puts in some way a new equilibrium in the self-regulation side and the state side. And that is the example for us, for example, from Latin America, that we are trying to bring back home, so the message from Germany. So a new equilibrium between platforms and states and public interest. And another question was raised about the freedom of expression by you, and above all, the problem that the compliance and the accountability from the platforms in local scenarios. So how can the platforms be in compliance with local laws, local traditions, and not only departing from the tradition of free expression of the US? That was maybe the 2 points that I would like to put focus.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. And you have mentioned it already. It's obviously a multi-stakeholder approach, and this is why we all here at IGF, and especially when we want to counteract hate speech. And this is what the final group discussed. What more can we do at national, regional, and also international level to counteract hate speech? And Caroline, please join us on stage for some short takeaways from your group discussion.
Okay, thank you for joining me and us in this group. It was a very broad community joining there, and very insightful. So I can only share some spotlights of our very broad discussion, or like the very broad inputs. So one thing that was brought forward very strongly was that we need an exchange of experience and good and also backed practices. Between parliamentarians. And that on an international level. So a lot of countries are moving forward with legal action, and having that shared on a broader resource, not only like the legal text, but also the experience and the review of it is a very, very important aspect that was mentioned several times. Same for the legal systems, so the case law that is developing, and also the qualification of staff, how we can move forward on that is something that we can work on, and where collaboration and cooperation and exchange on an international level makes very much sense. So we have also the need to, so the participants mentioned that we have the need to move forward towards an international standard, so shared common guidelines that make it easier to also interact and to build accountability towards the big platforms that act on a global level as well. But also we were very much aligned that the goal is not to harmonize an international set of laws, but to build on shared principles and a shared basis, and then still allow for national and regional diversity, and granularity was the word that was used that I liked a lot. So of course, cooperation also should take place on very specific areas. So from knowledge exchange and best practices on political advertisement, to how gender-based violence, which is such an important aspect of hate speech, can actually be developed in a legal standard. So this is really groundwork. In many countries we don't have gender-based violence as a legal standard, and to tackle it online we first have to develop legal standards to allow us to counter it. And then self-regulation of platform was, so it's not only a legal or legislative field of cooperation, but we have a lot of cooperative activity that has to go on, that goes also in other stakeholder groups. And all these cooperative aspects need to happen in a multi-stakeholder way. So no single stakeholder group can solve this on their own. Finally, so yeah, one last thing, and of course that was something that I really love to hear. There is a lot of groundwork or like reality check knowledge that is in the hand of civil society. So a lot of civil society groups are actually working with the ones affected by hate speech, and can transfer this knowledge and this like day-to-day reality of hate speech towards the other stakeholders, and that's why we all agreed that civil society voices are very important in all those processes.
Thank you very much, Caroline, and to all the table facilitators for summarizing the discussion. As we're coming to the end of this workshop, we obviously would also like to give you the opportunity to ask questions or share any comments or feedback with the panelists or the table facilitators. So if you have a question, please raise your hand and we will set you up with a microphone.
Thank you very much. Wolfgang Benedek, University of Graz. I have a full understanding that it's extremely difficult to deal with content, illegal content in this amount. But what I miss is a transparency regarding who are the cleaners, or as somebody in our group said, the firemen who are doing this cleaning, on what principles are they doing it, taking into account that we have to deal with different jurisdictions? And what is the possibility, what are the remedies if you are affected by such blocking? How can you appeal, or how can you get such a decision undone if you think it is not correct? Thank you very much.
I guess that question is for me.
I guess so.
So thank you for the question. And you're right, it's not easy actually to do all of this and so many different jurisdictions. And I think we have to differentiate between our legal operations and community guideline operations. And I can only refer you to the NetzDG transparency report, because we explain there, and will even more in more detail in the next one coming out early next year, who are the people looking at the content, evaluating the content. We take a great length into educating these people with external law experts, with law professors, so they're really well versed in German law, because this is what they do. Your second question was, so what happens if your content gets removed? You get a notification that your content gets removed, and in that notification you have a direct link to an appeals form where you can say, well, actually you made a mistake, and this is the reason why I believe you made a mistake, and then we will revisit this claim. So there's very easy to use process, because we honor that by the amount of decisions we have to take, there can be and will be mistakes being taken. So obviously, and we have no intention of removing content that is legal, but we have a great, we want to remove illegal content very quickly. So there is like this this tension between the two of them. But you have means you can counter.
Thank you very much, Sabine. I think Ms. Brodnik, you also wanted to add.
I just wanted to add, the professor here is from Austria, so we don't have the NetzDG. So the German Transparency Report doesn't tell us much about the situation in Austria. So the question is if every country in the world needs to make such a law, saying what kind of transparency, what kind of numbers regarding content moderation has to be published, or perhaps this could be part of the something like the Digital Services Act in the European Union. But when you're not living in Germany, you don't have such numbers. I just want to, not the same amount of numbers.
So we have a global transparency, YouTube transparency report outlining what kind of content is removed, what complaints did we give, what kind of moderators do we have. So this is not true, actually, so we take a great deal of transparency. We also have a second transparency report outlining how many requests we get from law enforcement and how do we take action against these requests. So please take a look at the global YouTube transparency report and come back with questions to Marco and I if you have further.
But you mentioned a very important point. It's necessary from a European point of view that we have a new Digital Service Act, and it will be coming, and it must come in, because it's not good to have different laws in different European countries. So I'm very in favor for having the Digital Service Act, and right now it's the right time to talk to members of the Commission, newly elected Commission, to talk about the essential needs of the Digital Service Act for the European single market.
Thank you very much. There was one more question just in the front. Yes, please. Or in the back, and then we come to you in the front. Yes, please.
Hello, I'm youth from Hong Kong, Justin, youth from Hong Kong. So just want to bring out an example from my school. So a boy, my friend, he posted a photo on Instagram saying selfie, instead it's a selfie. And one of the his mutual friends or some friends of him commented and say, oh, the photo was bad, he's ugly, it's a poor photo, okay? So are these also one kind of hate speech or not? Because to a certain extent, the other owner is just saying out his own opinion. So it's not really, it's just his own words, but maybe he's not really trying to attack the boy, but he's just trying to bring out his own thing. Maybe he's a bit harsh, but he's not trying to attack him because they're friends. So are these also kind of hate speeches, or is it just a boy who can't accept the other's opinion and it's the boy's problem or the one who commented it? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I think this was a little bit, Mr. Jung, what you explained earlier in your presentation. We have a microphone just there. Maybe you would like to give some feedback.
There is a line between criminal content and harmful content. And I think what we will learn in the future is that a lot of things that are harmful, we discussed that with Ingrid, is in the end maybe not criminal. So bullying, cybermobbing can be harmful, but may not be a criminal offense. And of course, this has to be judged by Hong Kong law and not by German law. So we know a lot of cases where we think, well, this is outrageous what's going on, but it will not fall under NetzDG. Actually, the Network Enforcement Act will only protect us from the most severe criminal cases, while others will have to be dealt not by lawyers.
Thank you very much. We are really, really running out of time, but maybe one final question. It better be a very important one. So pressure is on you.
Hello, my name is Alex Brown. I'm a professor in politics, law and philosophy based in the UK. I'm currently doing a study on behalf of the Council of Europe looking at new innovations in governance of online hate speech. My question was for Sabina. You mentioned that Facebook and Google in the last year have been applying to set up a self-regulatory institution under the NetzDG framework. And you mentioned that this had taken some time. And without throwing anyone under the bus, is the reason for the slowness that they're taking extra care in assessing your application, or in your opinion, is it setting a too high bar?
The question probably goes to Mr. Blanc, not me, so I think he's better placed to answer this. I think it's a matter of prioritization. I think it, so the organization who applied is the self-regulation organization here in Germany, FSM they're called. So they have been accredited by the Commission of Youth Protection for youth protection. They operate under that framework for more than 10 years, maybe 15 years. So they're well versed into what they do. They have done the same application process 15 years ago, so they know what they're doing. So I doubt that there are actually administrative problems in this, and I hope that we see action coming very soon, but maybe we hear more positive answers.
Well, no definitive answer, but I think it's not always so that if you apply to something that everything is granted immediately. Sometimes authorities think that not all the conditions which are set by law are fulfilled. So we have to get into discussions, I think, which took place, but I think we are on a good route to come to an end to that decision, hopefully. Yes, as we do. If I may, just a word to the Digital Services Act. I'm very European. I've worked on the European level for a couple of years, but in this area about hate speech and hate crime, I would be a little bit more reluctant about any kind of harmonization. Harmonization is good if we look at compliance frameworks, etc., which should all be the same. But when it comes to speech and the question of what is legal or illegal, I think that's a different matter. And we have to see that member states at least remain in a position to have some kind of power to fight illegal content, even if we have some kind of harmonized framework. So I think harmonization is good, but I think this is a very special area where we should be very concerned if we just only look at the seat of a company in Europe. So I'm a little bit more reluctant on that one, just to make a final word.
Thank you very much. Originally, I had planned to ask all of you to give one takeaway from the session, but I think there's so many. And coming to a conclusion, thank you very much for joining us today. We obviously hope that this discussion will continue. This is what we're all here for. Please come and find us in the IGF Village at the InSafe booth. We will be there until Friday, so you can continue having this conversation with us. And thank you very much, and have a pleasant day here at the IGF. Thank you.
And just give me the opportunity to thank Sabrina to lead us through this session. Thank you very much for the safely drive through a very important topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sonia and Daniel. Cristina.
Pois o remote control, para nós mudarmos. Não, o remote control é possível.
Yes, yes.
Aprendendo sempre com os olhos.
Sonia, maybe you will move one Alejandra there and Daniel, move one. Just one.
Ahora me acuerdo de ti.
When the music stops, you see. I will show this to you when it's 2 minutes, and then please conclude. Going to start. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you and to have this wonderful and knowledgeable group of experts. And I'm quite sure that we're going to learn a lot with them on the issue of child online protection. And we have organized this panel in 2 parts. In the first one, we are going to listen from our experts the most recent reports that was conducted globally by UNICEF. So we are going to have the Global Kids Online report that was prepared by UNICEF Innocenti Research Center in Italy. Then we are going to have the European Kids Online report, of course, focusing on European countries. And then we are going to have the Online Kids Online Latin America report. So this is the first part of this panel. We are going to see results and the main findings from these different regions. So it is very nice that we have speakers from different countries, different regions, but with a single and common methodological framework, which is the Kids Online framework. In the second part of the panel, we will encourage the debate on the implications of data and evidence for policymaking in this field of children's rights. And then I will try to save some time after the two parts so that we can have some time for question and answers. And because of we don't have much time and so many speakers, I will be very strict with the time. I will give you about 8 minutes, 10 minutes maximum. And before giving the floor to these wonderful speakers, I'd like to make some reflections about how the expansion of the internet, in particular through mobile devices, which is a reality in many, many countries, especially in the global south. In Brazil, for instance, the country that I come from, mobile became the most important device to access the internet. And of course, that this poses some issues. And this expansion, particularly from mobile devices, has intensified the possibilities for socialization, for participation, for access and search for information, entertainment, etc. And of course, that this intensive adoption of internet by our children creates a wide range of new possibilities, new opportunities, but at the same time, it also poses new challenges and responsibilities for parents, educators, in terms of ensuring rights and well-being of our children in this digital age. So we are talking about a very important topic. From the perspective of children's rights, I would like to recall that this year, 2019, we are celebrating 30 years of the Convention on the Rights of the Child, adopted by UN, as you know. And this celebration is an important event, which, by the way, was broadly ratified by countries worldwide. So it is an opportunity for us to take stock of the advances and challenges to protect and to promote participations of children in an increasingly digital society. And finally, I believe that the transformation caused by the dissemination of digital technologies requires that policymakers, the private sector, the industry, ICT industry, and also to civil society organizations that has a relevant voice in the policy debate to reaffirm their commitment to treat children's rights as an absolute priority. So I think that with that, I would like to highlight the importance of this session, of this debate. And of course, needless to say, the importance of producing quality and reliable data to input in the policy-making process. And with that, in our first part of this panel, I think that it's a kind of setting the scene for the debate on policy. So, and today is also a very special day because we are launching those regional reports. And with that, I would like to give the floor to Danielle Kaderfeld-Winter from the UNICEF Office of Research in Innocenti that will give us a broad view of this report prepared by UNICEF. So Danielle, we have the floor.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you very much, Alexander. And good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here, both, of course, to talk about the report we're launching today, which you can actually find at the very back of the room, but also to talk about the work of the Global Kids Online Network broadly, as well as our sister networks in Latin America and Europe. And I'm very pleased to be doing this together with so many of my colleagues who have been working together on this for many years. Can we get the PowerPoint up so that we can, perfect. So I'm going to talk just briefly about the Global Kids Online Network. This is an initiative that we started, UNICEF's Office of Research, together with the London School of Economics and the EU Kids Online Network about 4 years ago, because we saw that the evidence base on children's digital experiences was not really strong enough in many countries around the world to guide policy and practice. Let me see if this works. And so we established a research network with the purpose of producing high-quality evidence on children's digital experiences. And we developed, together with our colleagues, a standardized toolkit of qualitative and quantitative methodologies. And the really interesting thing about this methodology is that I think it kind of signifies best practice in research, because what we did was that we took the very high-quality methodology developed by the EU Kids Online Network, and you'll hear more about that later, and we tried to bring that to countries outside of Europe. We tried to improve on it to make sure that what we did built on the best possible foundation. And then in turn, last year, the EU Kids Online Network built on the methodology that we had then refined and made it even better. So it's a really good example of kind of iteratively improving on research. And it's been a fantastic experience because it's been so full of positive collaboration. There has been no competition. We're all striving for the same thing. And I think that's been a really powerful experience, and we have produced high-quality evidence as a result. So the Global Kids Online project has been implemented in about 18 countries. We've reached about 25,000 children since 2016. You can roughly see here the countries where we work, although more countries keep joining the network, so this is always a little bit outdated. And for the report that we're launching now, we're using data from 11 countries. It's about 15,000 children, internet-using children, aged 9 to 17. And you can see the countries listed at the bottom. And we wanted to do a first comparative look across these 11 countries to pull out some of the main patterns and some trends that we see in the data. And I will leave it to my colleague Sonia Livingstone to talk about what we learned from speaking to children around the world about their digital experiences.
Well, just to mention that Sonia Livingstone, since many years, is leading this initiative. And outside Europe, Brazil was the first country to implement Kids Online methodology, and we have been doing that for 8 years now on a yearly basis. So, Sonia, I would like to hear from you your comments on this Global Kids Online report.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Alessandra and Daniel and colleagues here. This has been, as Daniel said, an extraordinarily collaborative enterprise involving many people in many countries and many experts, and indeed many children. So in my few minutes today, I'm really going to pull out some of the highlights of the findings from our 11-country comparison, and you can read more in the report that we've put at the back of the room, and even more in the full report, which we've put on the Global Kids Online website, because we have asked as many questions as we could possibly ask of children, in fact, as many as one can ask a child before really they would like to go and do something else. So they provide the opportunity and the limit. So we think of the nature of children's experiences online in a series of kind of categories, and we begin with the question of the access that they have to the internet, which is still an absolutely crucial issue in very many parts of the world. And then from questions of access, we really want to understand what are the activities that they engage with. And I think for many in the internet governance world, where we began by thinking about managing and governing internet in terms of desktop computers, it's the key finding first is the very important nature of mobile phones and mobile phones, especially for children. We still ask about other devices, but there are questions still to be pursued about the quality of access and what it is that one can really do on a phone. But as you can see in the summary, mobile phones are the most popular devices, and home is the most popular place. And many people will talk about the responsibility of parents, and we explore that in our research, precisely because home is the #1 place where children go online. And school use, we can see, is increasing in many parts of the world, already very high in some parts of the world, less so in others. And there is clearly an issue for many countries about how early school use should begin. And so we see many children using school internet in school at secondary level, fewer at primary level. When it comes to what children do, we've spent a lot of time thinking about why children so much love videos, gaming, chatting, the entertainment activities, and we're going to make an argument about how those things are important, not simply to be restricted as somehow time wasting. And then we've given some thought. We ask a lot of questions about access, but we also ask about all the things which are to do with child rights. So how much children use digital media, use the internet to seek for information, as is their right under the Convention, for civic engagement and to express their expression and civil rights and liberties, including looking for health information, looking for news, and so forth. And here we see this is more older children. And there I would raise some questions about how much we want younger children also to be engaged in the full range of possibilities online. So we've conceived within the network of a kind of a ladder of online participation. And we put up a schematic of this ladder here so that you can get a sense of how, when children first gain access to the internet, most often they play games, they watch videos, they chat. It takes some time, both developmentally, as they get older, and also in the country as the internet becomes more familiar, for children to become more active online in terms of posting comments, looking for health information, talking to family and friends who were far away from them, and looking for news. These are indicators, if you like, of the kinds of activities, and the reason we place these as a ladder is that the evidence supports the idea that the bottom rungs are more popular, especially among younger children, and also because we want to raise these questions about where do we want children to go. So we're trying to use the nature of the evidence to raise some questions about what do we want children to be doing online in a normative sense, as well as showing you what they are doing in an empirical sense. And particularly we proposed as a hypothesis the idea that it is those bottom rungs, learning, chatting, watching videos, which enables children to develop the digital skills to go further up the ladder. And we make this point in the context in which in many countries there are anxieties about children's screen time, how long they're spending online, and whether they should be banned from certain activities, especially in school. So here is our hypothesis, if you like. They need those early activities to climb the ladder to fulfill and exercise many of their rights online. Across the project, Global Kids Online, also EU Kids Online, also Latin American Kids Online. We always think in terms of opportunities and risks. We've tried to put the opportunities first, but of course we also ask many questions about risks and the skills that children are developing, which allows them both to access the opportunities and also, we hope, to mitigate against the risks. So in the survey, we asked a number of questions about different kinds of skills that children have. These are, of course, self-reported, but we've done some effort at validation to see if children really do have the skills that they claim. And just a couple of bullet points here, you can see that children have learned more about managing their privacy online, perhaps because many adults have been concerned to encourage them, and are still struggling with the problem of misinformation, perhaps because adults are also struggling with these questions. And then we have a lot of findings about different kinds of risk online and the relationship between the activities and the risks. And perhaps here is the key challenge for policymakers, which is that those who encounter more opportunities also encounter more risks, that the two really go hand in hand. The more children do online, the more they get a full range of experiences, positive and problematic. And before I present the risk statistics, just to make a point that we really keep trying to emphasize, which is that encountering risk is not necessarily the same as being harmed. And the child's right to protection is the child's right not to be harmed. And risk is, as it were, the probability of harm, but not the necessity. And as we will also argue, and I think many in this room, that some measure of risk online is also necessary for children to learn to cope and to become resilient. So when I show the risk figures, as I will now, we must bear in mind this question of how safe we want children to be. We really want them to be protected from harms. We may need them to encounter some measure of risk. So these are risks. In other words, did you encounter self-harm content? Did you encounter suicide content, hate speech, violent content, sexual content? And now you can see the range of countries. We don't have data from all 11 countries here, but from a good spread of countries. And we should emphasize that these are the statistics for children who use the internet in the country. And that is also different. So in Italy, internet using children is nearly everybody. In South Africa or Ghana, it is not. It's a minority. It's a fraction of the children, not all the children. In earlier EU Kids Online research, we found that when we ask children, actually they are concerned about a very wide range of risks, but sexual content and violent content have often come near the top. So, as we said, children are most often using the internet at home, and parents and caregivers play a really crucial role, as children tell us in the survey, as well as the way in which their role is positioned in policy. So we have done a lot of exploration in the full report, which those of you who are statistically minded might enjoy reading. But the summary is really to try to understand what can parents do, because when parents are uncertain about and anxious about the internet, their instinct is often to restrict. And yet, as many policymakers and educators have tried to say, there are other things parents can do and that they are learning to do. And we think of these as supporting activities, as enabling activities, explaining to children, sharing the experience with children, and so forth. So we're trying to open up the range of activities that parents might engage in. And what we find in the research analysis is that when parents take a primarily restrictive approach, children engage in fewer online activities and tend to have weaker digital skills. So even though we understand parents' desire to take a restrictive approach, it has some costs. And what we've been exploring in the report is how there can also be benefits from when parents are more supportive, encouraging and enabling their children's activities, which brings benefits to their digital skills. But only, we must be honest, only slightly reduces their exposure to risk. And that's where those questions come in about resilience and how much risk can society tolerate for children, and at what point must we take a more restrictive approach. So forgive me a slightly crazy slide. This is my last slide, and it has too much information on, but it really offers you a lead-in to what the next session, the next part of the session will be about, which is who is using these findings. And in the last year in Global Kids Online, we hired an independent consultant to go to all the different countries where we'd been researching and ask the questions of the policymakers. Are you using these findings? Is this any use to you? How can it benefit you? And this is just a snapshot of a report that we will release very soon, in the next month, I think, which offers some of the ways in which different stakeholder groups in our different countries say that the research has been useful to them in guiding their actions. And as you'll see, it's a bit of a scattergun. There are some who use the research to inform their child protection policy, some who use it for their education policy. It gets taken up in different ways, and for the researchers in the room, you will know that how research is taken up is always a bit beyond your control. And you have high hopes that the research will bring many benefits, and sometimes it is noticed, sometimes not. But this is where it's really important that Global Kids Online works with a multi-stakeholder network, And so in all the different countries, there are educators, child protection experts, those connected to the state who are working to see that the policies developed in those countries are evidence-based. And so we hope that should we come back in 5 years and redo the assessment, we will find further benefits. So I'll stop at this point. I just wanted to give you a screenshot of the project website, the Global Kids Online website, and note that it's divided in two. Under Tools for Researchers, we make all of our methods transparent, and they're all available open access under a Creative Commons license. So anyone who would like to use part of the survey or learn from our many expert reports about how to do research with children, questions of research ethics with children, and so forth. Everything is available there. The second half is our research results, and these are fed through as they emerge under the research updates. So if I took the screenshot today, it would show our new report, but I haven't quite, I did the screenshot last week. So all the research results come there, and they are also available as open access available reports. And we invite you to watch for the updates, join the network if you are, or inquire about joining the network if you're so inclined. We are always looking for new countries to do research. And I'm going to look forward to the discussion that follows. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Sonia, very much for this insightful presentation. And I would highlight the fact that this joint initiative, London School of Economics and UNICEF, is a major contribution to countries willing to produce data. And the beauty of this is that we are talking about internationally comparable data, which is essential for cross-national studies. And of course, that producing cross-national studies is fundamental for policymaking as well. So thank you very much for your contribution. With that, I would like to give the floor to Cristina Ponte, Professor Cristina Ponte from Portugal, University of Nova de Lisboa, so that you can provide, Cristina, comments on the European report, which is the second piece of report that we are launching today. You have the floor.
Thank you. Firstly, I would like to thank this opportunity for being here and presenting the new survey of the YouKids Online and results on a generic question that is related with the topic of safety, let's say. Could you put the PowerPoint change? Yeah. So, this is the second pan-European survey. The first one was conducted in 2010, 8 years ago, in a very different digital landscape. And as you may see, the survey now includes 19 countries, more than 25,000 children, and in 12 countries, these 12 countries that are bold, were participated also in the survey in 2010, so it's possible to make some comparison of the results. I start with this image concerning access, as Sonia said, and it's very interesting to see how this is a global trend. Nowadays, the mobile use through the mobile phone is dominant, but it's not only dominant, it's constant. As we can see, in all countries, the use it's not only daily, but several times per day or all day. So there is a strong intensity of use. In France, Germany, Italy, Portugal, and Spain, the average time that children report to spend online doubled when we compared with the 2010 results. Moving to the questions that I would like to share with you, because our European report is still in progress, so I choose this topic. In beginning of the section on risks, I should say, as Sonia presented, we share the same questionnaire, so there are much more questions on risks. There are questions on practice, opportunities, skills, mediation. But I choose this question, and this question is exactly the same that we had in 2010. It's placed in the top, in the beginning of the section that is related with risks, and we asked children to identify, to report if in the past year they have felt anything that has bothered them or upset. And as we can see, the range from the 19 countries are very different, and they range from very low values, for instance, 9% in Slovakia and Germany, to 45% in Malta, and in Switzerland, Spain, Russia, Czech Republic, and Romania, this situation is reported by about 1 out of 3 children. In relation to 2010, these rates increased a lot in most of the countries. Now gender differences are low, but adolescents report more risks than young children. When we look at this image, we can also see that most children report they were upset a few times a year. However, the first column tells us we have results from those countries where the results were higher. More than 10% of children say this happened every day, on a daily basis. So this is something that it's interesting to pay attention. Following this question, this general question, we asked 2 subsequent questions about how children that reported they were bothered with these situations coped with risks. Who children talked after this situation? As we can see, we have here different kind of people. And interestingly, there are some common trends very visible in the results that are signed red. These results show more than 20% of children answering that they choose one of these persons. This is, of course, a multiple choice answer. And we can see that at the top, we have peers and parents. Peers in 7 countries are reported by more than half of the all children. And parents are reported in 2 countries, France and Croatia, by more than half of children. So we can see the relevance of peers, of friends of their own age. We can also see that another adult they trust is also expressive. In 2 countries, it reached more than 20%, in Spain and Poland. And on the other side, teachers, professionals, and someone else present quite low results. Interestingly, the last column, it's the column where children sign they didn't talk to anyone. And as we can also see, almost 20% of children are in this position. So it's something that, and in several countries, this position is is relatively high. Another point that I would like to show is another question related with this coping is what they do when they found a bothering situation. And 3 reactions are at the top. First, they close the window or the application. Second, they ignore the problem or hoped it would go away by itself. And with the same value, we have blocked the person from contacting me. So in this third question, in this third answer, we clearly identify that is a contact risk. In the other situations, we cannot identify what is happening. Could be publicity, could be advertisement, could be several things. But it's interesting also that some advice that children are told in these years, for instance, changing privacy settings receives 14% of attention, and report the problem online receives only 12%. So these are also numbers that invite to our attention. So to finish, I have three kind of questions that I would like to share with you. First is a question about the possible relation between the new constant access through smartphones and the increase of negative online experiences in general that children report. What kind of problems bother children online when they are using mostly mobile phones to access the internet? Did new problems arise with this use? The second question is regarding abuse, let's say unwanted contacts that the children are not happy with them. So blocking the person is at the top, but we have relatively low rates of reporting abuse or changing privacy settings. And I leave the questions, are these technical solutions not seen as efficient by children, or they have already privacy settings? The third question is related with factors and actors of trust. As we see, trust is very relevant in their relation with peers, siblings, parents, and other adults. So it's not a problem of generational gap, because parents and other adults they trust are recognized as people they want to talk, they want to share this experience. On the other side, teachers and professionals that deal with children are less reported. And I asked why is this happening? Is due to their voices of authority? Is due to the gap between the ICT curriculum and children's digital practice? Is due to the school culture against smartphones that we see in several countries in Europe? Why so many children do not talk with anyone? Do they feel guilty because they have experienced this bad situation? Does it depend on the bothering situation they are considering, they are thinking in the moment of the question? And on the other side, we also see the relevance of the peer-to-peer mediation and training. And one good example is the European SchoolNet, the program on digital leaders that has shown how a peer-to-peer training is relevant for children. So the full report is coming soon, and I hope that these questions show the relevance of having updated research that is very useful for stakeholders, different stakeholders including children and families, and also to policymakers. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Christina, very much. From this report, we can see that we have similarities in terms of behavior, in terms of taking advantage of the opportunities, and also how children are being mediated by their parents. And with that, I would like to invite Daniela Trucco from UN ECLAC, Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, to show us a little bit the results of 6 countries that we have been collecting data in Latin America. So as I mentioned before, after Europe, Brazil was the first country outside Europe to produce regular data, comparable data, and the network in Latin America, network of researchers, has increased very, very fast, and today we have already reports for 6 countries, and we have some, maybe 2 or 3 more in the process planning the survey. Daniela, you have the floor.
Is there a problem with that? Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm here representing several institutions and researchers. Several of them are here. It's a report that we're having for 4 countries, not 6 yet. We're probably launching it soon, January, February. But we're in the editorial process and have much of the results here. There we go. Before beginning, I just want to tell you some of the specific characteristics of the context of Latin America, different from other parts of the world. In the first term, inequality is one of our main characteristics as a continent. And then global changes driven by technological development and digitalization occur in this context of historical inequality, which structure the different areas and life experiences. The expansion of the digital age has been accompanied by then digital gaps that widen existing inequalities in relation to access to information and knowledge, make it even more difficult for the social inclusion of part of the population, and limits their ability to develop basic skills for full participation in current societies. That's one of our characteristics. The other one is that education policy has played a key role in equalizing digital opportunities in this region. And then the third one that I would like to show is that given our levels of access to internet, there's a very high level of participation in social networks in general for the population that's special from Latin America. Since we have 10 minutes, I'm gonna focus on the main findings and policy recommendations of the report. The report's gonna be online with all the findings, but I'm just gonna show some data and the main policy recommendations. In the first place, material access is still an issue in these 4 countries, despite the advances in the, sorry. Can you hear me? Yes. Despite the advances in the access gaps to the digital world, promoted in particular as in the global trends by the massification of mobile connectivity, considerable gaps remain. Mobile connectivity has diversified the types of access available, allowing more free and permanent connection, what we have called ubiquitous access, meaning that you can have constant access everywhere. You can see that in this graph, the prevalence of material access modalities that we found in these 4 countries. Most of the kids that are connected still access at home by the cell phone, which is the most limited access that we find. And then the above part of the columns show children having a constant access either by their cell phone or by a multi-device. But it's a few part of the population connected that have these types of access, and we see in the report that the constant access has important implications for the opportunities and participations of new generations in the digital world. Beyond where and how much the internet is used, the type of activities that children and adolescents carry out is also unequal, and this results in divergent opportunities to participate in the digital society. So it is key also to advance at the same time in those gaps related to digital skills that facilitate the real ownership and benefit. And here, consistent with a global report, parent and adult mediation is a central factor. The results of the study show that the use of the internet in schools varies widely between countries. You can see in the graph, mainly they access at home, but there's also a big proportion of kids that access internet at school, but it's different in each country. Even though, it illustrates the importance of the educational policy implemented in some of them. Even though education policies in these countries have moved from an emphasis in providing access to equipment to a focus on skill development, there is still a long way to go in terms of strengthening the schools' and teachers' roles in this process. However, digital policies for children cannot be restricted to the education sector, which has been the tendency in this part of the world. Using the participation scale developed by Kids Online that Sonia also talked about, the latter, results are consistent with the global findings in terms of a more common use of internet for socialization and entertaining activities, as well as educational learning in this part of the world. But citizenship and community activity are less common. suggesting the importance of mediation roles to promote a full inclusion in taking advantage of the opportunities of the digital world, especially in these times where there's the social networks have played a key role in many of the social movements that are going on in Latin America right now. This poses a significant challenge to the policies in charge of training future citizens and promoting their active participation, information, evaluation of news and critical information. Also, during childhood, this process is mainly played at home. How do we involve parents and assess their own needs related to digital skills? And that's also part of an important social inclusion policy question in order to reinforce mediation strategies. Exposure to risk is also evaluated, as you know, in the studies. And here I show just one of the indicators that are evaluated in these types of questions, and is children and adolescents that have been contacted online by a person they did not previously know in the last year. According to age, you can see that it's more common as children grow older. Exposure to risk is considerably extended in the population studied, with particular emphasis on adolescents, particularly women in some of these countries. However, as sensitive as these issues may be, the situation is rather of risks and not of damage per se, as Sonia mentioned earlier in the global trends too. The greater exposure to the internet undoubtedly increases the risk, but also, and consistent from what we've said before, also the opportunities for greater use of the benefits of the digital area and the opportunities to develop the skills required to participate fully. Thus, the importance of providing children with the tools and capabilities so that in case of facing situations of risk, violence, or need for self-control, they can make informed decisions, use self-care and protection strategies, as well as have the confidence to discuss these issues and their effects with close adults. On the other hand, it is also essential to move forward in comprehensive policies that include different sectors involved and regulate the protection of users, especially in the framework of children's rights and the responsibility of the private sector in the protection of personal data that has been discussed in several of the meetings we've had in this forum already. And finally, I want to show you the book contents that is going to be available soon. We have a first chapter with regional policy and statistics, like the context of Latin America. And then we analyze with the Kids Online data, material access, which I showed some of the results here, the educational context, the school use and teacher mediation, participation of children and adolescents in the digital world, more centered in citizenship, online risk management and self-care, and finally a closing section with the main challenges that have been discussed here in the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniela. This is very interesting because we are talking about 4 countries that have comparable data. And when we look at the role of teachers and educators in the schools, you can associate the results of public policy, like in Uruguay, where the proportion of children accessing internet in the school is higher than the other 3 countries, because Uruguay has a very solid policy fostering ICT in education with the Plan Ceibal, and you can see the result of the policy reflected on this data. So with that, I think that we saw the results for 11 countries in the report of Global Kids Online, launched today. We see results of 19 countries in Europe, reporting coming soon. And also we see the results of 4 countries in Latin America. Also, the report will be soon available online. And with that, having seen now all the statistics, I would like to ask you to keep your questions for the last part, after the second part of the session. And now we are going to move to a more open debate on the implications of data production in the policy-making process that guarantees children's rights. And with that, I would like to ask our colleague Guilherme Canella from UNESCO Montevideo office to give us a broad perspective in terms of policymaking. And I also would like to highlight that in Latin America, we have 3 very important organizations that are giving support, including financial support for the conduction of those surveys, being UNESCO, UNICEF, and also UN-ICLAC. Those 3 organizations, they have the legitimacy to establish a dialogue between data producers and policymakers. So I would like to thank very much UNESCO, UNICEF, and UN-ICLAC for this support. Guilherme, you have the floor.
Thank you, Alexandre. Good afternoon to you all. First, I would like to thank you very much, Alexandre, you and your team for putting this together. You know that you did all the work. We are just sitting here, but you do all the bureaucracy with IGF. So that was really good for us to be here. I would like to start with a story. Many years ago, I was invited to a famous Spanish painter Juan Miró's exhibition. And they had an experiment. There was the paintings of Miró, and we were behind those glasses that people can't see us, and they invited some adults to go to see the paintings, and then they started asking a few questions. But basically the questions were how complex the adults thought those paintings were. And they started with those kind of comments, oh, this is very easy, look at this, it's just a risk, and this guy is saying this is a bird, and whatever, no? And then after the adults left, they invited the children of these same adults to the paintings without the parents, and we were there, and they started doing similar questions to the children. And the children started saying, oh no, this is very difficult, I couldn't do this, look at this is so good, how can we do something like this? And really seems like a bird. So many times what we do in the adult world is this. We think that the children behave or they think about some of those issues in a given way, but very often it's not like that. So first key element for policy making, and we in this IGF, we are lucky that we have lots of lawmakers here, we have judges, we have international lawmakers here. It's very important to listen to what the children have to say about those issues. And I think this is perhaps the most important result of EU Kids Online, now Global Kids Online and Latin American Kids Online. That is offering to policymakers and lawmakers the perspective from the children with solid quantitative data, but also with some qualitative studies that can help this. Second element, media in general, but also us as human beings, we are very much interested in disgrace, in risks, in harm. And there are reasons for that. We don't cover as journalists every plane that takes off well or that lands well, but when a plane crashes, we cover it, because that's life. So when we talk about harm, when we talk about fear, when we talk about risks, inevitably, this calls attention. And if there is a case of revenge porn that leads to the suicide of a teenager girl, or if there is a case of an awkward game that generates some problems, this will call the attention of politicians. This will call the attention of decision makers. And we can't refuse that there are problems, that there are risks, that there are potential harms. So that's why, again, this kind of data it's very, very interesting, because we need to tell the politicians, the lawmakers, and the decision makers, yes, but be careful. These cases might not be the overall picture. So here you have solid evidence to take your decisions, how to deal to the particularity of this damage, but also how to deal with a broader perspective of policy in addressing those risks, but with an overall perspective that our challenge is to mitigate the risks, but also to leverage the opportunities. We can't see this problem only from the risk perspective or only from the harmful perspective. We also need to see this from the opportunities perspective in this case. So this is the second point that Sonia and the others already explained. The data offers this. They are not neglecting the side of the protection, of the risks, even the harms that actually happen. But this is only one part of the story. The element of opportunities, of a rights-based approach, as including the children in the center of this discussion, is in the very heart of the approach of the EU Kids, Global Kids Online, and Latin America Kids Online perspective. Third element, the idea that you guys have to do this in networks is also very important, because this issue is more and more a common problem with, obviously, regional and national particularities. But the opportunity for showing to policy makers, or even to us international bureaucrats, as my case, that this is not something that is unique to the particular country or a particular constituency, that there are discussions, that there are communalities on how children are dealing with those issues, but there are also differences. This is very important, not with the purpose of ranking countries, but with the purposes of showing that different countries are finding interesting, creative solutions, but also are doing bad things in terms of policy. So we need to take stock of the good things, of the good practices, and avoid the mistakes that some are doing in addressing those issues. And the other network effect of this discussion and the data that you are showing is that we can put people that normally don't talk together. Because it's not the case that in the countries you don't have policymakers and decision makers doing the promotion of rights side of the story. They are doing education authorities, Plan Ceibal in Uruguay and whatever. But then you have law enforcement people, prosecutors that are doing the harm, fighting against harm, prosecuting crimes, part of the story. What is the big issue here? They don't talk to each other. So you have the people doing their children's rights, putting children in the center, promotion opportunity side of the story, and then you have the law enforcement, child protection, etc. But these people are not seeing that this should be this should be noticed and produced as a comprehensive and coherent set of policies instead of isolated initiatives trying to tackle the different parts of this puzzle. So for me, one of the beauties of Kids Online is that you put this together in the same report. We are not showing only the risks, only the opportunities, and calling the attention for this. So this is my fourth element of this discussion. But even though there is something that is missing here, unfortunately, with even us being the 30th anniversary of the convention, that is reinforcing, enhancing, and fostering freedom of expression for the children, freedom of information for the children. And internet offers here a unique historical opportunity for children to exercise those rights without the mediation of the adult world. And this is really the first time in history that this is possible, and we need to go deeper in this possibility. And in fact, children can help a lot in producing better policies if we include them in the discussion and we respect their freedom of expression and their need to access to information to take decisions. The other element that is very important, Sonia already mentioned it, is that this can help a lot to enhance resilience. And those data needs to offer to the politicians, to the policymakers, this idea that policies to address those issues should include this component, how we enhance resilience. And this has to do with the already said combination of risks and harms and how they cope with risks, etc. No? And then there is a point that it's my suggestion perhaps for future developments of this, it's money. We need to talk about money. We need to talk about budget. We need to talk about how he showed me a 2-minute sign and then now please conclude. So I don't know if I forward in time and I had a kind of Einstein bridge problem here or it's just an... yeah, exactly. When I mentioned budget, he said, no, this guy is going to ask me money again. And then I will tell you a final anecdote, and then I had a third one, but then we can discuss it during. In Brazil, in some point, Brazil is a federate country, 27 states, 17 assemblies of those states approved laws forbidding the use of cell phones in classrooms. On an average count, producing a law like that costs like $1 million. No, all the staff time, congressman, congresswoman. If those people had invested $17 million in producing research to understand what is the best way of having cell phones in classrooms, this could be so much smarter than forbidding the story. I'm not saying there is not issues in having cell phones in classrooms, but the question is, what is the best way to address it? And again, solid data, evidence-based data can talk about that. But we need to talk about money. We need to talk about budget, because otherwise policies are, all these recommendations, et cetera, are very beautiful, but how we put that in the most important element of having this in a public policy, that is the budget law every year. So congratulations again. It's really always a pleasure to be with the Kids Online family. Thank you.
Thank you, Guilherme. It took you 2 minutes to see my 2 minutes note, so immediately I had to put, please conclude. That's the reason. You should have looked to me before. Well, now we are going to give the floor to Alejandra Eramuspe de AGESIC, which is the National Agency for Electronic Government in Information Society and Knowledge from the Government of Republica of Uruguay, to give us a perspective from Uruguay, how you are dealing the data and policy making, how do you input this into the process of policy making? You have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Alexander. Good morning, everyone. I want to thank the organizers to be here, to Uruguay be part of this panel. I'm here in behalf of the team who work hard in Kids Online in Uruguay. Let me mention of the people, some of the people involved in this project, like Matias Dodel and Cecilia Hughes, perhaps all of you know them, and Susana Dornell. For those of you who don't know Uruguay, let me introduce in a few words Uruguay. It's a small country in South America. Let me see. It's a high-income economy. Okay, I think I can. I don't know. Okay, thank you. When compared to other countries in the region, Uruguay stands out for its political, social, and economic indicators. We can also say that Uruguay is a small but digital country. Based on a medium and long-term vision that considers that digital development is not neutral, the government set out to reduce all digital gaps. The paradigms of all the technological development that Uruguay has experienced in recent years is based on inclusion and equity, like you see in these indicators we select to put there. Today, we can say that Uruguay has good conditions to address the challenges of the information and knowledge society. Uruguay has also a long and rich tradition of studies, measurements, and official statistics, serious and reliable historical trends, but not specifically about this population. This study, Kids Online, was the first one done in children in Uruguay. In this regard, this study is integrated and contributed in significant terms, and that was perfectly welcomed by the whole community. It was implemented in a multi-stakeholder manner, such as the implementation of digital policy in the country. That are all the indicators we have. A remarkable aspect of this study is that all the institutions participate in the whole process, in the processing, in the analysis, in the design. And the final report is a consensus document from all the participants. That is so important for us. Yes, I suppose. Yes, it's okay. There. The organizations that participate in the study were UNICEF, UNESCO, AGESIC, Plan Ceibal, the Catholic University. I don't know if all of you know Plan Ceibal, or you mentioned already. Plan Ceibal is an organization set up in 2007 as a plan for inclusion and equal opportunities with the objective of supporting Uruguayan education policies with technology. We can add, getting back to the Kids Online, we can add that the study in Uruguay had very many interesting findings and allows us to reflect upon what lies ahead. We can summarize the key findings of this study as follows. All children connect to the internet, increasingly using individual devices. Second, children recognize their difficulties in regulating internet use, but see the same difficulty in adults. Parents have little knowledge about the contact their children make with strangers on the internet, both in case of virtual and face-to-face contacts. And in the fourth, opportunities and risks seem to go hand to hand in Uruguay internet use. This study has been taken as an input to enhance the exchange and contribute to the strengthening of public policies for inclusion and digital development that the country already has, as well as those that are under development. I go ahead. As you know, the challenges in this area include not only children, but also teachers and families, the entire educational community. One of the main aspects is to prepare children to obtain the greatest benefit from the digital society, how to prepare them to know how to do, what they know how to do, and what they can learn, also taking into account that their rights are not violated. Besides, we are clear that the ecosystem of applications and devices uses affect the type of activities being carried out. The type of skills acquired is what determines what educational, social, labor opportunities they will have in the future. To address this, the formal education has already incorporated resources developed for the teaching and learning model, Ceibal in English, a laboratory of educational technologies that includes teaching program, robotics, 3D modeling sensors, a platform for practice maths, Ceibal Digital Library, free access to more than 3,000 digital resources. But it's not enough. We still have to add in the curriculum of the basic formal education contents that attend the digital formation. Kids Online also highlights the need to train in cybersecurity and online risks. Regarding this, there are already dissemination and awareness campaigns such as Seguro Te Conectás and Tus Datos Valen, security and privacy, developed in the country. But also because children have high levels of exposure to ICTs, like you know, and autonomy of use, it's necessary to have a critical approach. For that, we move in our campaigns from specific topics, data protection or cybersecurity, to a comprehensive approach, being a digital citizen. These aspects have not yet been incorporated as a specific content in the basic formal education curriculum. That is still a challenge for us. Regarding teachers, Kids Online in Uruguay shows that teachers have a main role as promoters of safe use and to motivate children to explore and learn. It is important that adults get involved in what children do on the internet, shortening their distance and avoiding thinking that they know more about it than we do. There is a wide range of continuing education courses for teachers in the use of technology in educational fields, but they are optional. What does it mean? These courses does not accumulate merits for the teaching career. It is still necessary that this process of training in new technologies in education be formally and explicitly incorporated into the curriculum of teacher training. Today is voluntary, not mandatory. Another initiative we have from AGESIC, working together with the Plan Ceibal and National Public Education Administration, is replication networks to work with teachers and trainers. These networks are mainly aimed to teachers from school, high school, and non-formal education. Includes face-to-face training with delivery of teaching material to work in class, courses online on issues related to digital citizenship, and the Digital Citizenship Conference. So far, in 2019, 4,500 teachers and trainers were reached. Another initiative is a digital citizenship library. You have the links there to access to these initiatives, including printable materials like teachers' guides, user information, games for children and adults, awareness posters. It also has online courses on public information access and data protection. I brought some materials here if you want to take a look. Regarding families, 2 minutes. Regarding families, parents, first of all, I should say that Uruguayan digital policy has been successful in adult digital literacy, but it's necessary to work on the development of meaningful skills so that they can accompany the protection of children's rights online. Awareness actions are developed with the community, family, teachers in training, students, and teachers. One of the awareness actions developed is through the Educational System Monitoring Platform. WURI is the name of this platform, where, among other things, students' performance information like attendance, schooling, evaluation is managed. Parents, to get informed about their children's performance in school, in the public school, must access that platform. Then it is used as an information channel for these topics. We also developed a media campaign to raise people awareness about digital citizenship. In these videos, many different persons give their opinions on topics about information society and the use of ICT. But we must recognize that the strategies deployed to address this are still very marginal. Although we are a small country, we would say that here there is a problem of scalability of the actions developed. This is a challenge for politics in the next period. In this sense, if we had to choose a group of priority adults or to jump to another stadium, they should be the responsible adult of these children. To close, let me say that Kids Online in Uruguay sparked a long road, not destiny. Surely, new problems will appear in the short or medium term. Establishing periodic monitoring mechanisms to study the evolution of the phenomenon is a priority. We have to continue investigating for advancing in this area. In this sense, I would like to tell you that Kids Online is going to have a next measurement in Uruguay. And the team are discussing an innovation in the study. The study will be in the schools with kids and their parents. The design challenge is going to be that, include the parents of those same children, the pairs of parents and children. It's okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Alejandra. It may seem that being a small country with a small population, things should be easier, but it's not. It doesn't work like that. It's a matter of good policies and vision that makes a country really to develop effective policies. With that, I would like to give the floor to Amanda Third, who is the Associate Professor and Principal Research Fellow in the Digital, Social and Cultural Research Center at the Sydney University, to give an academic perspective of the relevance of data and evidence in the policymaking process. Amanda, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Alexandra. As someone who's not at all been involved in the production of this very fine report, I'm going to spruik it very quickly. There are copies up the back on the table, just on the right-hand side as you're leaving the room. Please do take one. It's a really good read, fantastic and full of good, solid evidence. I think the words gold standard, rigorous quality evidence, best practice, these are all words that apply to the initiatives that you've been hearing about on stage today. But of course, in the world of policy making for children's digital practices, there is such a thing as good evidence and such a thing as bad evidence. And indeed, I think over the last 18 months in particular, we've seen some quite spectacular interventions into mainstream policy making by very bad evidence. Evidence that is based on population data sets, that tries to establish correlations as causal relations, and which has been a primary driver of lots of knee-jerk policy making around the world, including the quite phenomenal tidal wave of enthusiasm for banning mobile phones in schools around the world. So I do think that it's really critical that we have high quality evidence in these debates, because I think we've seen as a consequence, and I'm referring quite explicitly to the article entitled "Have Smartphones Destroyed a Generation?" that went viral early last year as one of my key examples. But so too, moral panics around things like the Momo challenge, which of course claimed that a fiendish Japanese animation character had been spliced into children's YouTube clips and was encouraging them to all take their lives. Reported by many reputable media outlets all around the world, and indeed I was engaged to do a piece of national policy work because the national government was very concerned about this phenomenon. I had to confess that it was in fact a hoax, and we had no confirmed reports that this was actually a problem. So a very panicky media environment, creating the context for a lot of ill thought out policy making. So I think there's a very, very clear need for high quality evidence. I think one of the unfortunate consequences of the kinds of narratives that we see circulating through the mainstream media and receiving sort of feverish responses in policy making circles is that it stigmatizes children's digital practices. And children themselves, in the work that I have done, consulting children in over 60 countries now, children are very acutely aware that adults don't appreciate or understand their digital practices, and are crying out for adults to trust them more deeply and to make policies and initiatives and interventions that actually resonate with their lived experience. So I think as adult policymakers and other duty bearers in this field, we have a real obligation to listen very, very carefully to children and what they have to say. And I think that's one of the great strengths of some of the work that you've heard about today, is that this is research with children as opposed to research on children. Children are very much engaged in these processes. And when I say that, it's not just a matter of how these teams go into the field, but also a matter of developing research tools in consultation with children in order that we can actually understand the range of issues that they're facing and map them accordingly and develop the right kinds of responses. So I note that the Global Kids Online survey module, there's a new module in development currently, and thank you, and that there has been some extensive consultation with children in 4 countries to underpin that, leading to some interesting findings. So, for example, that, as Sonia was mentioning earlier, that the time online measure is not a good one to base our policy making on. It doesn't correspond with children's experiences. when you have a mobile phone on you most of the day, it's very hard to estimate how much time you spend online. And indeed, we are corralling children into saying things they don't believe when we ask them these questions about their time online. Also, I think another interesting thing that came out of that is that children have to do a lot of work often to get online, and this is work that's often invisible to the adults in their lives. They have to navigate parental rules, they have to deal with failing batteries or old equipment or these kinds of things, and that actually they have developed what you might think of as a skill set of workarounds to make sure that they can indeed get online. And so I think, sometimes it's really important to be talking to children and generating data around these things, because, of course, when it comes to policy making, we need to be signing off on these issues, the very real challenges that many children face around the world. I think too, obviously, we've got good evidence and we've got bad evidence. And when you've got good evidence, it's not enough just to have the evidence, but you have to actually work very hard to activate that evidence in a range of different settings, because, of course, the right kinds of change in policy for children and their digital media use requires coordinated, or not necessarily coordinated is ideal, but certainly aligned efforts from multiple different directions, multiple different sectors. And so, and I think too, the other thing is that children themselves see a very strong role, not just for their governments, but also for their schools, the NGOs that provide them with services, their parents, their teachers, etc. They see a very wide range of adults as being responsible for delivering the kind of policy change they want to see. So I think all of us across different, who have different responsibilities to children, need to be thinking about how we generate and then channel the right kinds of evidence into the actions that we take. Okay, but I think also often there's a lot of pressure on the people who produce evidence to somehow also activate it. And I think there are things that we can do, and I think certainly some of the initiatives here on the stage have been doing that, to activate that evidence, namely to invite multiple different stakeholders into the process of supporting and generating that evidence, so that you prepare a platform of well-positioned individuals to intervene in policy, to use that data and evidence in policy-making settings. And I think Sonia's last slide, even though it was a very crowded one and difficult to digest very quickly, gestures towards the very real gains that come from engaging multiple stakeholders across these kinds of initiatives, data gathering initiatives. But lastly, I'd like to just say also that in our efforts to activate evidence in policy, we must also remember that children are very key agents in this process. Of course, the Convention stipulates that they have a right to participate in the decision-making that impacts their lives. Even so, I think many of us find it very difficult to deliver on that particular right for children. And so I think many of us are trying to experiment with different ways of engaging children in policy-making efforts. I think there is sometimes a tendency towards consultation methods that are very one-off. They go in to talk to children having already predefined the questions from a very adult-centred perspective. And they miss an opportunity, really, to encourage children to participate in the policy-making process in a meaningful way. So I think we do need to move towards consultation methods that are much less extractive, right, which don't simply see children as a resource that we need to mine for their views and their voices, but to actually think about consultation as an opportunity to encourage conversations with children, remembering that they are the next generation of change makers, and that if we give them space to think about and develop their languages for talking about and encoding their ideas, if we give them that space, then we take a step forward to a much better future in which our policy much more effectively targets the real needs of children everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda, for highlighting the fact that we have to take into account the children's perspective, the children's voice in this process. Well, last but not least, we're going to listen from Su Wenming from UNICEF China to give us a more international perspective from UNICEF perspective.
Thank you, and I'm very privileged to be here, and thank you for all of you who's sticking around. First, I'm very excited to join this Kids Online family. I'm a newcomer because we, UNICEF China, in last year, we also kicked off this Kids Online study. We adopted the Kids Online framework and a set of tools, questionnaires, etc. But it was very heavily contextualized because we really, China is such a huge and complex country. We couldn't really do a national representative study. And we are now in the final stage of data analysis, and the final report is to be expected early next year. But back to the question about policy and evidence-based research, we actually at the very beginning when we are designing this study, at that time there are already in China some existing research and findings about children's use of internet. So there are some data there already, and we were thinking what could we offer that distinguish us our study from the existing ones. And because we are partnering with a Chinese research team who has very extensive experience on working with children, we decided to highlight child participation in our study. It was not an easy process because child participation as a concept and practice is not really embedded in the Chinese or even the East Asian culture, because traditionally we are a society that really respects the elders, and authority of parents, teachers, and adults are usually traditionally not to be questioned. But there are still a huge appetite for young people, for children to speak up, to share their views. The recent example is that in China, they are currently revising the law on protection of minors, and the draft of the revision of the law was published for public to comment and provide recommendations. I forgot the exact number, but it was that the legislative branch received like 40,000 comments or whatsoever, and half of them was submitted by children. So they are really concerned about the laws and the policies that will have an impact on their lives. So, the space is still there, and we want to work with children, support them, empower them to, really participate in the, every step of this study. So at the very beginning, the designing stage, we invited a group of child researchers to work very closely with us, in terms of the questionnaire design, language we use, and several test rounds of the questionnaires. But that was not enough because, like Amanda just said, it was still sort of constructed in a way that how we adults think and construe things. But we want the children to have their own sort of choice of topics, and so we have a sort of like a parallel child-led research, and our children formed small research groups and chose their research topics. I think some of the topics are online gaming, online learning, online shopping, the use of short videos like TikTok. And very importantly, they also want to look into parent-child relationships in terms of the use of the internet, which I think is very inspiring because they feel like that is actually at the center of a lot of the issues they face. So they actually have some very interesting findings in those parallel small-scale child-led research they conducted. The methodology is simple. They chose the topic, they designed a short questionnaire, and they disseminated those questionnaires in their schools, in their classes, in their neighborhoods. And they collected those and do the analysis themselves, and they write reports by themselves, very readable, child-friendly, colorful reports. And a lot of findings in those reports are really very inspiring, and especially, for example, in the parent-child relationship one, they actually listed like 5 things they don't want to hear their parents saying in terms of how they are using the internet. Basically, like no phone, no games, or like you're useless, all you do is playing, that sort of thing. And it's actually very powerful as well, because when we haven't published the result yet, but at some occasions, like seminars, we actually ask them to share these findings with adults, policymakers even, and their parents. And it was really powerful because they do see the children's point of view, and in those children's language, I'm all for evidence-based research and policy advocacy, but we all know that a lot of adult-driven policy agenda are, sometimes, like Amanda mentioned, driven by paranoia or emotion. When we look at numbers and the data, sometimes we lose interest. We stop listening. But with those powerful children's remarks and their views, we do get people, adults, policy makers to listen. I think that's what we should think about when we do this research, and when also about how we tell the story of our research findings. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sue Wenwin. I will open the floor for 2 questions, very brief questions, and ask the speakers to react. Yes, we have 1 question here. 2 questions. 3. We are going to take 3 questions. Very briefly.
Thank you. To begin, I want to congratulate all of you for this excellent work you have been doing for many years. As you said, all this research are very relevant for society and for policymakers to enforce children's rights in digital area. And so I would like to know if you have any data about the amount of advertisement children receive in the internet and how do they feel about it. And also, I would like to hear from Guilherme Canella if you believe marketing to kids can affect their freedom of express, especially when they are hired by companies to advertise products as digital influencers. Thank you.
My question is talking about policies. This is Mauricio Hernandez from Mexico City. My question is, what about parents and education systems coming from the government liability while trying to make our children learn on their own privacy? We are talking about policies, what the policy should make, should establish, whatever. What about our duty as parents, as government, as schools, as a society?
And one last question here.
Yeah, hello. My name is Igor Plahuta. I'm mainly father. That's why I'm here. And my question is, do you see the need to extend the investigation on the health issue for the children?
So since we don't have much time, I will give each speaker 30 seconds to address some of these issues. I will start with Daniela.
Okay, one of the recommendations, and I'm probably addressing more your question, has to do with having a comprehensive policy articulation and coordination. At least in Latin America, it has, the priority has been in the educational sector. There's a lot to be done there in terms of adult mediation, skills, et cetera, curriculum, advancing towards a more comprehensive set of skills, not only in terms of academic notions, but also in terms of sociability, ethics, etc., but also towards inclusion of the rest of the adult population that is also excluded from these processes and cannot accompany kids. Plus what I mentioned in terms of regulation and protection and involving the private sector. In terms of the question regarding of advertisement, I think the Brazilian studies have more information regarding that in the Latin American cases.
Thank you, Daniela. Cristina, 30 seconds.
Yes, I would just reply to your question about advertisement to say that in the Portuguese survey in Kids Online, we included an open-ended question about what are bothering people of your age. And for our surprise, it was very interesting because this didn't happen in 2010. Advertisement was placed in second. So we see a rise of bothering situations. Now, it's not an appeal of advertisement, and probably this may be related with the access to free games, the access to videos, the cookies, that the access that is growing up and more frequent. So the digital path is becoming, the digitalization is becoming more efficient for the monetarization of this culture. But what is interesting is this is seen as a bothering situation and not an appeal to consumption.
Thank you. Sonia?
Thank you. So I think the three questions concerned with health, privacy, and marketing actually capture the areas in which we hope to be developing new modules in our survey, thinking very practically. But I also, and we don't have direct data on those questions as yet, because we really focus on what the child can say, especially about their, as we've said, their opportunities and their safety risks. But what I see as in common in those questions is something about the business model of the internet and the way in which it is, as it were, pushing a commercial agenda, whether or not this is to the best interests of children for their health, their privacy, or their freedom of thought, in effect. And at this point, I think it's really important that we take the research we do have, but it must be part of a much wider debate, and whether there can be some other business model or diversification of business models emerging. For me, that's the key policy question.
Thank you. Thank you, Sonia. Daniel?
I'll only go for the health question. I think studying health consequences are important, but actually I would flag that what we need more research on is it's about how technology can be used to benefit children's health. So around positive supportive interventions through technology that can actually build resilience or prevent anxiety, help children cope with depression and so on. I think that's really what we should be aiming for, rather than to think about only the downsides of it, because really I think if we look at the highest quality of research we have on this, it's becoming more and more clear that health consequences are really fundamentally related to children's offline or real lives, much more so than driven by things that are happening in the digital space. So more for the opportunities. I'm happy to give you papers and such later.
Yes, I would echo those comments absolutely. But also, I think what your concern in particular points to is the fact that actually parents need a lot more information about the benefits and possible harms of children's engagements online. I think there's a lot of responsibility on parents to do the right things, but we don't always arm them with the tools that they need, and so I think this is a really critical piece for policy making to address.
Thank you, Alejandra.
Thank you. In Uruguay, we think all of us, governments, researchers, teachers, parents, all of us have to work together, shares the double responsibility to protect our kids and teens from the risk of the digital world and help each child from the promise of connectivity.
Thank you, Guilherme.
Very briefly, two things. On the health question, definitely more research, particularly mental health. It's a very complex area, but I would flag that we need to be very careful in the participation of the pharmaceutical industry in those research, because these people want to sell more drugs to the children, so they are producing all sorts of bad research with no hard evidence on those things. On your question, Isabel, it's very complex, but what I can say, and we can discuss later, is that there is interesting jurisprudence that freedom of expression also encompasses the right of not saying something. You can't oblige people, even including children, in saying something they don't want, like marketing for something. So there is an interesting decision of the US Supreme Court on that. We will have a session 4:30 with judges from high courts, so perhaps we can discuss that in that session with more details. Thanks.
Thank you, Guilherme. Sue, the last
Yeah, I'm
remark.
just quickly also respond to the health question. First, I think it just shows like we, as parents, as adults, like children, we don't know a lot about this issue, and thus more research is definitely needed, and a good high quality research. And then the second point is, even for this, we need to communicate and have dialogue with children themselves as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, it was a real great pleasure to moderate this wonderful panel. And I thank all the audience for staying until at this time, lunchtime. This is an opportunity for us to raise our voices and try to bring this voice and also children's voice into this debate. So with that, I would like to thank all the speakers. It was a wonderful panel. Thank you very much.
printed it out so that I can see it. I had a look at it, but probably not.
You choose first. No, I'm fine. Like to no, I don't know if there is like an order. There is no order. It's creative case. Okay, so how many speakers? Only 3 Okay, fine. So I see myself on the slides.
Is this on? Yeah. I suggest that we will start now. I know after lunch it's always, it can be difficult to proceed to the next event, but we are very happy to see you here and with such a large group. And the topic of our workshop here is data governance for smart mobility. And I'm still waiting to see my slides. But I can just, while it's being, okay, excellent. So here you also can read the title. And if I can go to the next slide. So the flow of the workshop will be such that I will quickly introduce you to the topic. Then Professor Max von Grafenstein will tell us about our research project on data governance and what we have discovered so far. Then we will have 3 very interesting impulse presentations on the topic of smart city mobility and data governance in that context. And then we will proceed to the interactive part of our workshop, that being roundtable discussions on the topic. And here I should note that there are participants online, and online participation is feasible and possible and very much encouraged. So you may already now make comments in the chat, and during the roundtable discussion, there will be a parallel online roundtable discussion on this topic. However, I must note that in this workshop, we will not take calls for speeches from online participants, but we very much encourage making your comments and giving us feedback in the chat box of Zoom application. Yeah, so next. So to introduction of the topic. So the reason why we wanted to organize this workshop is essentially, I think every one of us have witnessed the 2 mega trends in the society. First one is global urbanization and exponential growth of cities, which often introduce problems with traffic, such as congestions, environmental concern, questions about accessibility. And at the same time, we see a fast rise of data-driven innovation, such as Internet of Things, big data, AI, and technologies that essentially are based for processing of data and using it for novel purposes. And this brings us to smart city mobility. So could there be an answer to the problems of urbanization in organizing mobility in a smarter way, in a more data-driven way? And can this be done in a manner which is bringing us more equality, more efficiency, sustainability? And in our opinion, we need to acknowledge that when we think of smart city mobility, is that all these solutions, they rely on collection and processing of vast amounts of data. Sometimes it's non-personal data, sometimes it's data collected from citizens that are in the city or in objects of transportation. And we believe that data governance is a prerequisite for smart city mobility that respects our right to privacy and data protection, but also often other fundamental rights. And also, we take a view that data governance also supports the fulfillment of UN Sustainable Development Goals in the context of smart city mobility. And often this brings balancing act, for example, for fostering innovation, and on the other hand, enabling equality in cities. And we have also noticed that when we talk about data governance, especially in the context of urban mobility, it's a dialogue between different stakeholders. We have, on the other hand, here municipalities who have interest perhaps in more efficient public transportation. There are interests of citizens. There's only one person in the picture, but actually there's a large variety of a lot of different interest groups, and essentially transportation concerns everyone who lives in a city and outside the city. We have big tech players who have traditionally collected a lot of data, and then we have automotive industry and other actors in the area of transportation who are now encountering digitalization of the industry. And these are only examples of the tensions that might be present and interests that are present when one organizes smart city mobility solutions. Yeah, and next I will give floor to Max von Grafenstein.
Yeah, thank you, Alina, for the introduction. I thought I'd just give you, before we come to the keynote speakers, a very brief overview about the reason why we are now organizing this workshop on data governance in the context for smarter city mobility. Because actually, Alina, partly Christopher and I, we were assessing now the question of data governance since almost 2 years in very different contexts. And the overwhelming question there is always how the different stakeholders in certain contexts, like the advertising context or automotive context or smart city context, whatever, how the different stakeholders involved have actually to coordinate in order to unchain their data-driven innovative capacities, and on the other hand, simultaneously to protect effectively against the risks of these innovations. So this is the overwhelming overarching question. And in order to give you an insight or an impression why this question is rather complex, I would like to give you an example of data protection law. So the complexity stems initially from the fact that we are all now deeply embedded in highly dynamic network economies. And this means that all the different stakeholders rely on each other, and this brings on different levels, like the technical, the organizational, the normative level, and this makes these coordinative efforts so difficult. And to just give you an example from data protection law, most of you, or many of you probably know this very new famous European law, the so-called the General Data Protection Regulation. And there we have a very new requirement in it, which is called data protection by design, which requires data-driven companies, so let's say data controllers, to implement the legal requirements into the technical organizational design. And the tricky thing with this is that the companies, the data-driven companies, are primarily legally responsible to implement the technical conditions, but in fact they rely on other third-party IT technology providers. So, but these technology providers are not, at least not fully responsible. So both parties have to interact in order to finally meet the expectations, the privacy expectations of the citizens. Yeah? So this is just an example. And so we did this research now for almost 2 years in different contexts and always analyzing the different analytical dimensions. So how do they interact on a technical level? How do they interact on the rulemaking level? And how do they interact shaping the organizational level in order to connect both levels? Yeah? This was always the question. And after 2 years, we finally came up with 5 qualities of data governance models. So these are very generic models, but it might give you already an impression how the results of our interactive workshop later on might look like. So we came up with 5 very generic but qualities of data governance solutions. So the first one is, of course, the single source solution in data protection law, often known as, okay, this is the consent-based model, where just each data subject must consent to the collection and processing of its or their personal data, which of course has some advantages and disadvantages. Advantage is it has full control, yeah, but actually in fact it has not, because it's so overwhelmed by the abundantness of consents required by them. So a more feasible solution might be, now I jump to the third one, the data pool, where different data controllers interact with each other and collect all the data and store it in one common shared data pool. Yeah? So this is a much more scalable solution, but in terms of data security law, this is also much more risky, because in the moment one hacker breaks in, then it's a huge security breach. So we have more compromised, we discovered a compromise. This is the data clearinghouse, where the data is not stored centrally, but where the different data controllers somewhat interact through standardized APIs, maybe also on the rulemaking level, and then they only share different data for certain purposes. And in the very end, of course, we have also the future picture, the fully decentralized models, for example, based on a blockchain, as we already know it now from the Decode project in Barcelona. So this is actually already a very first impression, and Alina will give you now, before we then come to the keynote speakers, a brief overview about how the interactive workshop really looks like.
I will actually introduce the interactive workshop after the Impulse presentation, but I will introduce our first speaker. So Mr. Choi is coordinator of Korea Internet Governance Alliance, and he conducts research also on data regulation and algorithmic decision-making and relationship of infrastructure and mass surveillance. And yeah, we will give floor to him.
Hello everyone, great to see you. As you know, South Korea is one of the very tech-savvy countries all over the world. Because did you hear about some 5G networks? South Korea only studied 5G networks. It's much faster and it's available very acute information changes. And then 5G networks, it comes with some kind of privacy concern because it collected many things. I show you somehow the combination of 5G networks and smart city going to be a very dramatic change of your life. And then if you come back to maybe 20 years ago, when I was at college, there's no email address, no internet. But today it's changed. It's like this, is that the same thing going to happen? This is another new phenomenon of the wave. Okay, data governance challenge from the global east, there's several things. Okay, as you see, just please, I strongly suggest you remember that smart city consists of sensors, IoT devices, CCTV is collected everywhere, even though you didn't recognize it. In daily life, we just encounter 500 CCTV all over the world every day. This is huge. And the second is there's a network, digital communications. It's a 5G, 4G, LTE, public Wi-Fi network. In case of Seoul, Seoul has a fully available public Wi-Fi. That means all of data goes to the one data pool, as Professor Marx mentioned, that there's a data pool model is totally typical in South Korea. So it comes with everywhere. And the third one is a cloud-based infrastructure. We can call it data hub or data clearing house. It's inevitable. And the important thing is that smart city does not constructed by government officials. It together with some ICT company, Google, Huawei, or Samsung everywhere. This is one of the very lucrative business to the ICT companies. This is why they going to design smart city infrastructure. The problem is that they have no incentive to protect privacy. That is our concern. That is the civil society voice should be intervened there, I strongly believe. And the 5 is the integrated control platform, city center. Even though somebody control this is a problem. Who going to control? Who is allowed to control every citizen's privacy? This is a key question. Here's a breakdown of tech element of smart city. This is an IP network, Wi-Fi, cloud. I already told that. Is a full. Okay. Here's ICT. This is the mobility of the grid. Smart mobility there. One of the smart city functionality. This is smart mobility, which is a topic of today. And as you see, there's the Internet of Things device everywhere. Okay, here's a smart city case in Seoul. High-speed communication network is available all over the world, like here. This is a much more highly dense network. I can say so. Amongst all of the world, Seoul is one of the best network the connected society in the world. And there's some, when it comes to traffic, they use this data. TOPIs, CCTV, they all together, they monitor it. And then this night owl bus also. That means people just cannot go back to home in the night, and they just, the city just analyzed big data, and so that they made a new line of night owl, which is very cheap. Okay, here is an expansion of the shared parking system as like this. Okay, when I went to New York City, I just traveled around the whole time to find a parking lot. But in this case, IoT device just notify where it's available. That's like this. And here's a AI-based taxi. You know that even though you do not imagine what it means AI just, we can say, AI is analysis of data, and this functionality is AI. And this is available. AI taxi is available because of data we have. This is smart city have some crosswalk. That means if there is somebody just go, if the very old female just walk down, or small children just running outside. But the IoT device noticed that, and then notify to the moving mobiles. This is a really amazing functionality. But the problem is that as you see the some kind of the light street lamp does not only capture the crime. They capture the whole traffic volume, and they capture some private activity, and they you can urinate in front of the street lamp. They will capture you. This is really it's too much. That means city designers totally focus on the functionality and efficiency of and how they analyze big data for the public use. The problem is that purpose comes with privacy infringement. You know that? You may heard about the internet never forget. Smart city data never deleted. This is how I met up with this. So South Korea supported a lot of money with more than 50,000 IoT sensors all across the city. Do you believe this is really amazing? No. We just concerned that there's no guarantee, no policy, data policy framework that guarantee privacy of citizens. That is what I'm saying. This is a serious. Okay, and then Professor Marx also mentioned about the GDPR. I want to ask a question. Are we ready for smart city? Are smart city ready for GDPR compliance? That's a big question. But as far as I know, smart city designers not much consider how can they comply GDPR. This is a big question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So our next presenter is Dr. Sawyer, who's Head of Political Affairs and Government Relations at Bosch. And Bosch is I think it's the biggest supplier for automotive industry.
As far as I know, yes.
Yeah, so this is a very interesting input from you to hear what's your view on smart city mobility.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say thank you for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to share some insights with you today. As was already mentioned, where can I go with the slides? Here. The big one. The big one. As already mentioned, I'm working for Bosch. Most of you probably know the company. We are one of the leading international providers of technology and services, and are heavily investing in transforming our manufacturing company into an IoT company, which means investing several billion euros or dollars every year in R&D activities. What does Bosch consist of? Bosch consists of approximately 410,000 employees worldwide, which is more than Siemens, I would like to mention, and slightly more than Siemens. We have almost 270 plants worldwide, 130 engineering locations, hiring more and more software architects, software engineers, as you can imagine, and about 460 regional subsidies in 60 countries worldwide. So we are active on every continent on this planet. Yeah, I will most probably not, I will skip that, and most probably not stick too much with my presentation, but rather give you some examples from the Bosch universe. We heard something about data, we heard something about AI today already, and often people say data is the oil of our age. I think oil is something dirty, so I prefer to call data the air of our time. And it is, of course, a prerequisite for AI-based business models. And when you think about AI, most people do not know that AI is already part of our daily lives. It's fundamentally changing how we drive, how we shop, how we work, how we travel. So it's already there. At Bosch, AI is becoming part of our products too. That means products will assist and support us and make life easier overall. However, when you consider it from a societal point of view, it's pretty obvious that you have to think about what it means when you have a technology that learns itself. So it's a point you have to think about it. It's an ethical discussion necessary about it. What do we have to take into consideration when we are dealing with AI, smart cities, smart living, and so on? We have to take into consideration boundary conditions. And what do I mean with boundary conditions? We have to work within boundary conditions to develop smart things in 3 domains as a company: in mobility, in residential, and in industry. And I want to give you a practical example about this. City streets. In San Jose, California, for example, we are at the moment piloting together with Mercedes-Benz an on-demand ride-hailing service with automated vehicles in San Jose, so in California, so not in Germany, unfortunately, which is app-based. So there will be automated driving vehicles going through San Jose. And the aim of this project is not only to gain valuable insights for technical development, but rather to answer the question of how self-driving cars can fit in the urban mobility puzzle. So we are learning. So we do not know how it will look like someday, but we are trying things out. That's what I want to say. Okay? Yep, I will be a bit quicker. I already told you something about boundary conditions, and as you can imagine, we are always dealing with political boundary conditions, technical requirements, standardization, industry-specific standards, standards for data exchange, and all things like this. We are, of course, trying to influence them, but usually we are only one of the players who are trying to do that. We are then heavily relying on guiding principles, which is, to say the foremost, data sovereignty. Data sovereignty is a term which is today used very heavily, for example, from the European Union and the new Commission. So nobody really knows what it means. So is it infrastructure or is it other things? So we are working on defining that, but we are, as politicians and as scientists, using the term. And my last slide is about public interest. So there's always a limitation in data sovereignty when there is public interest to be taken into consideration. And one way to deal with these contractual questions are voluntary data partnerships. So when different parties form these partnerships, there can always be, of course, a contractual agreement. And that's it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Our next speaker is Dr. Hang, who's a founder of Pineapple Laboratories and the Invisible Project. And her work combines independent art-based research and open science practices to address the issues on global south, intersectional design, gender diverse communities, and sustainable development goals. She's trained in materials engineering, natural sciences, and clinical research, and holds a PhD and is a Max Planck alumni. Born and raised in Venezuela, she identifies as trans and has been a speaker at OpenCon 17 and 18, UNESCO Chair in Technology for Development, few to mention. Welcome to hold your presentation.
Thank you, Alina. So I met Alina in the Max Planck Symposia, so thank you so much. And there I was talking about the issue of safety in public space and the topic of trans identities and actually access to public space. So we need to understand that public space must be safe, and not everybody navigates public space in the same way because it's very subjected to how our experiences as a humans. It's not the same to navigate the world as a white man than to navigate the world as a woman, as a white cisgender woman, or to navigate the world as a transgender woman of color. When it comes to design, trans people, intersex, and non-binary people are extremely at risk and at vulnerable positions. And it's kind of very funny because I just arrived, I don't know, an hour ago, and it took me maybe like 20 minutes to find my badge because my ID didn't correspond to the data that I entered in the database. So like infrastructure is actually not still in this digital space is not accommodating these topics. So it's important to talk about intersectional design, and we're talking about intersectional design. We need to address issues as migration, issues as race and gender. I am a migrant. I am a racialized person. I have an education of 100,000 euros. I have a PhD in Germany. I also have international research experience in Israel, yet it is a barrier for many of us. It is very important when we consider design of technologies to think that we need a collective process and that we need to include also minorities into this equation. So I don't represent an entire community. There are many transgender people all around the world, and they have also different, they are very much constrained and limited by geopolitical boundaries. So they cannot easily navigate public space. So when we're talking about designing technology, we need to gather collective information from different parts of the world, because it's not the same for a trans person to be in public space in Latin America, that is to be also in other places, let's say in Europe or the Middle East. So this is very much like, let's think about the design and how can future technologies can embrace this type of question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dear speakers, thank you very, very much for your contributions. I think it was already really great background for our group discussions on how to govern, what values should govern data in smart city mobility context. So thanks again. And if we can get back our slide set, I would explain then the workshop methodology. I will get one something. Can you give me this? So I will go through the workshop methodology. We decided to go with a method which would allow hopefully for all of you to participate in the dialogue about smart city mobility, and it's called 1-2-4 method. But don't worry about the name, I will explain several times during the workshop how it goes. We will start with individual brainstorming. You see in front of you there are post-its, and I invite you to write down then your thoughts about data governance. And after this stage, you can start now, or you can wait until the actual 3-minute timeline starts. Then the next part would be is that you find a person close to you who you don't already know, and then you discuss together what have you found about data governance, what values do you find important, and we will show the questions in the next slide. And the next part of the method is that 2 pairs will pair up again, so form groups of 4, and then discuss the topics together. And towards the end of the 7 minutes, you will select one person from your group who will then represent you in the last stage of the workshop. And in the last stage, you may see that there are kind of flip charty papers on in 4 points here. And our speakers and also Holger Dietrich from Sozialhelden are then moderating or facilitating the discussion by this table and by this flip chart. And in the final stage, we will wrap up the findings on data governance in the discussion here, where the moderators will bring the results discussed in their group here to the stage. And wait, where is the, yeah. And the questions which we invite to discuss is for you to identify from your perspective, from the country and the continent where you come from, what are the differences at stake in relation to data and smart city mobility. And we're really encouraged to draw from your experience, because it's rare that to have in a room so diverse group and so international group of participants. And also we invite to discuss which of the interests may be in conflict, and finally how data governance may address these problems. And just to illustrate with an example how this can go, and drawing from my experience of being Finnish, right now in Finland it's extremely dark. So a lot of smart city initiatives, they coincide with smart street initiatives. And there are pilots, for example, for more environmentally friendly and smarter control of streetlights. And I recently read about this initiative where they suggested that there would be a system where you can order with your cell phone streetlights into a nearby park when you want in the evening to go for a run there. And so we have here, I will use just, yeah, so interest in sustainability, which we can recognize. And as a follow-up in this project, there was also idea that, well, actually, either cities or companies could also ask reimbursement from these services, so you kind of pay for the lighting as you go. So it looks like a business opportunity. But this suggestion, I think it raises a lot of questions. So first, I don't think there were many women involved in the design of this pilot, because so how, like, are you comfortable with somebody knowing from the data that you're going to the park alone for a run? Also, I mean, not all people have smartphones, so those who don't have smartphones, they can't use the system, so shall they walk in the dark? And finally, also, people who can't pay for these services. So there are a lot of questions related to equality. There are questions related to public safety. And then finally, questions about provision of public services. And obviously privacy, because what happens with your running data at night? So finally, if we look at the possible solutions, we might think that on the level of data governance, maybe there's a possibility to devise a sustainable solution that doesn't require that personal data about you. So we could refer to the principle of data minimalization. Then we would need to have a dialogue what services should be public and what could be privatized. And then finally, as we discussed earlier, we need inclusion and intersectionality in the design of such systems. And I'm sure that from where you come from your city, you can think of other interesting or tensions or examples of how smart city mobility could be executed in the way that it supports the UN development goals. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I would like just to address a word. It's not about inclusion design, because when we're talking about inclusion, is who is including who, what, and how. So we need to talk about intersectionality. So I just wanted to address that. Who is in the position to include who, in what, and how?
Thank Thank you. Thank you for the comment. So now our next stage is actually to start the workshop. So now we take 3 minutes, and please jot down the ideas that you have on the post-its on these 3 topics. So moderators can just, it's in the last stage, so I will tell them, yeah. So now I think it's for 15 minutes. We can just hang out, and I will tell them to go to the flip chart. Yeah, you have a break of 15 minutes. Do you want to control this?
Oh, sorry, I leave one for you, so.
Okay. Yeah. It's already gone the moment. Is it, are we there yet?
Minutes delayed, which is good because we delayed it like 15 minutes from the first part.
Yeah.
And now it's on track.
Okay, and how much time do we still have for the 3 minutes? Ah, okay. Okay. So next stage in the workshop, please pair up with someone you don't know and discuss together what you have written down. And you're encouraged to group up your thoughts, and if you find connections, or rearrange them so you can work creatively with what you discover in the discussion. And 5 minutes for this stage. Okay, 10 seconds left. Prepare to close the sharing and write down your ideas.
It's still in 7 minutes, so you can still have a break. Yeah.
So, thank you for pair discussion. Now, find another pair and discuss with them again. Please break your intimate discussion with one person and include another pair to your discussion. And as a message to online participants, you're very welcome to answer to these questions online.
Yeah, I'm sure about that. Yeah. Does not look like a Finnish name.
No, I mean, I think maybe like how many generations ago, maybe somebody lived in the area of Germany or in German-speaking area.
Yeah, because I was several years ago in exchange to Sweden, and of course I had a lot of Finnish roommates, and so they all had strange names. I have some relatives living between Stockholm and the
It's pleasant area to visit. Christians, there's nothing. I don't know if it's necessary because I think that in the end, if there's one person from each, then they just unless you decide rather not to moderate extra person. Okay. It's up to you. So we moderating online. It's very silent. We go again.
Yeah, then you would be in group B. Yeah, I will ask. Yeah. So basically, you will ask them what they discussed in the group. I think it will be maybe like 3 and then like together you will start grouping the post-its and try to keep track what they found most important so that when we get on stage. So for this, it will start in how many minutes, the last stage? In 2 minutes, okay, and then it will last 15 minutes and then we'll have wrap up.
And then we have 10 minutes and then we have wrap up, right?
Yeah.
So wrap up is on stage.
Yeah, it's on stage then. Okay. Yeah.
Right, but then
yeah, but yeah, you will do it on stage. Should there be participation? Nothing happening. Okay, all right. Then we do it. We can spontaneously assign somebody there. Quiet. No. So maybe okay, Christopher, can you start maybe assigning people to their to the corners, and Christian took over from Soya. Shall I? Yeah, I asked Christopher to start distributing them. Okay. 30 seconds and then the last stage starts. Now, groups of 4, a reminder. At this stage, please select one person from your group who will report about your data governance findings in the next stage. Sorry? Sorry, second. Like now we're in a group of 4, but they need to select someone from. But please distribute the moderators. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Okay, we're approaching the next stage of our workshop. So in the next stage, first, I will invite the moderators to approach flip charts. So Mr. Choi will start with flip chart A. Then Dr. Hang will be present at the flip chart B. Then we have Holger Dietrich at the flip chart C, and then Christian Krauvogel at the flip chart D. Now, could the leaders or rapporteurs of the groups of 4 raise their hands? Could you please select rapporteurs from the groups who haven't selected it yet? Okay, so here, these 2 groups in front would come to discuss, not the groups, but actually rapporteurs would discuss with Mr. Choi what they have found for the next 10 minutes. Then the 2 groups in the back will discuss with, again, sorry, groups, the rapporteurs, but groups can be present. Rapporteurs will discuss with Dr. Hang. Then the leaders in the 2 groups here in the back will join Holger Dietrich, and the 2 groups here, and the rapporteurs will join Christian Grauvogel. So please, rapporteurs, approach respective moderators. Yeah, so... Yeah, but maybe join... And as a note, invitation to group in POSIX creatively and discuss whether they can be regrouped in a way that makes even more sense to you. Thank you. say that the ad hoc group will get more time so they can present last. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, I think it.
Just directly share a screen because it will be not clear if that's.
Should they bring it here in the middle? No. Where do you suggest that they bring it?
Suggest maybe the
Should we take this one actually to the stage, this flip chart? I think it would be easier. Yeah.
Actually, wait a minute. For others, it's still hard to see like what.
I mean, it's more that they know how to read, but since the camera is pointing this way, then at least they're kind of, yeah. One minute left. Christopher. Sorry for the interruption. And then maybe we can, where it would, okay, it will be funny. So, thank you for the lively group discussions and very collaborative effort to discuss data governance. Now, I would kindly ask the moderators of the group wrap up and come back to the stage and to bring the flip charts with them. Group B, please proceed to the stage.
Okay. Can I start?
I think it's on.
Can I start?
Just 1 second. Max? So, we will start with our first group. Mr. Choi, would you like to share what were the core topics that were discussed about data governance?
Okay, let's get started. A group. Fortunately, our group consists of very smart people. I think I'm very lucky. And then I never imagined that I moderate this very important, valuable session in my life in Berlin. Ich bin in Berliner. Okay. Start with A group. There's several concerns and interests. That is about my group. Just focus on the policy suggestion. The policy suggestion is our group's interest. Okay. First of all, multi-stakeholder cooperation for accountability. You know that accountability is different from responsibility. The responsibility is that somebody just make a mistake and they're supposed to take some legal or ethical burden to take care of everything. But accountability means that how you use data for what and what kind of outcome has been come out and how, what kind of way. That is accountability. That means explainability. But usually data has been regarded very useful asset, but people or IT company cannot explain what kind of data is come out like that. This is very important. And then one of our A group debaters suggest that private companies should cooperate with public city officials because without public city intervention or some kind of the technical requirement asking, private company will have a full leeway, whatever they want. This is kind of laissez-faire, no regulation, no any guiding principle. That means cooperation means in the other way, it's kind of public needs asking, should be asked when they design technical principle of a smart city. The second one is that anonymity and de-identification. This is a very core value because even though they data smart city data are going to be needed by some region, without that some specific region, all of the data should be anonymized. Instead of this, 100% data is openly available and with identification. That's happening in Shenzhen city in China. This is not the democratic countries' networks. And the third one is the reconciling completing value. Even though you have some efficiency of the smart city, we need also protection of privacy. At least citizens should get noticed what kind of data they already used, or sometimes not. And the monitoring of the marginalized people, then monitoring is not suggestive. Monitoring is the concern. What if smart city just monitored the specific purpose of the marginal people, for example, migrant? So many very poor, very marginal people has been targeted of the hatred. You know that in Hong Kong there's a lot of protests and there's some application who track down the protest groups. This is really a nightmare of the democratic situation. And another one is much more ultimate keyword I can suggest, the tech design. The kind of infrastructure consists of tech design. This is which should guarantee privacy. There's two coding. First coding is code made by law in Congress. The second coding is tech giant should have their own design principle. But tech giant, for example, why they have full availability, the capacity to make a tech design without respect of privacy. That's a problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the entire group who contributed to this flip chart. Then next, group B. And each group has 2 minutes, and I kindly also suggest that you would mention if you had something very similar, that just tell her, okay, our group also found this important, but then highlight the things which haven't been mentioned yet. So the group, oh, yes, microphone.
Hi. I'm Kamala Neta from Pineapple Laboratories. We had input from a small group, and we sort of identified first who are like the players, the actors, or the users in this problematic. And we had the luck to have an urbanist who is also a designer and help also to identify the conflicts of these different players. So we identify first the users who are affected by this problematic, and we can talk about one, citizens of every day. Second, science. Third, public policies. And fourth, businesses. So how these things are related to each other are explained in a little diagram that was visualized by our friend from Sao Paulo, right? And there are also issues that are connecting these actors, which are basically privacy and data access. So how do you provide both things, access and data protection, and how you make these people vulnerable? So this is also a huge cosmology that, in my opinion, it's a collective process. And I just want to start with the question, who is in this room, who is transgender, and who can talk about these particular issues? At the moment, it's only me who is in the room, but I just want to speak also from a bunch of people that I know outside who cannot be in this privileged space, and how these people are actually having a voice in a democratic system. We also have here an intervention from a colleague from Rio, who is very basically concerned about safety in mobility in public space. This issue needs to be rethink because we also need to think, why are people so scared? Why are people so scared about talking about these issues? Because people are traumatized, and who is the person developing such technologies? So I work as a designer, and I work also as an artist, and my approach is to also feel the concerns of the user from an art perspective. Now, what I see, I'm not a politician, but maybe you have a little bit more of something you would like to add? From the urban perspective.
Yeah, from the urban perspective, like the best practices that are being developed concern with the participatory measures in general. So if you put all these players to discuss it and if you create an application or something, if you use the platforms of a smart city mobility to put the players together to discuss and to create and to develop it as a process, as a continued process, that's the best practice to now we have.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the entire group. Now, well, Group D is ready. Sorry, C. Sorry.
Okay, I try to make this quick. So our discussion was more, the topic was about governance in smart city mobility. We had more like smart city data and governance, but one group, like we came together, two groups came together to one, was very much focusing on mobility, which means public transportation, private transportation. So we had some things in common which have already been mentioned, like the dilemma between privacy versus open data. I clustered this as sovereignty of data, so fear of surveillance state, who owns city data, who has a say, who shall share with whom. This is a whole spectrum of problems in this case, of challenges. Also, having a say means transparency in decision making. What is implemented, by whom, under what conditions? Will there be corruption maybe? How can people have the capacity to as citizens to intervene in such processes to build smart city mobility applications? This is this cluster. Then the practical implementation. So if you do something really big and implement everything, it might be outdated when it's finished. So how can you move fast, but also step by step to be up to date with the technology? And also very practical, like what data formats are there? Where can I find documentation? Who can use this? How can I find this? So very technical, practical questions. And also the equality in general, like there should be universal access for everybody to new services. You don't have to have this technology to use this. This is this other cluster. And in the center of all this are all the promises we collected, or this one group collected, which is, what you said in the beginning, also safety, efficiency, maybe quality of travel, maybe better pleasure, less traffic jams, things like this, and clean air. The list goes on. And so this is more like the promises of all this mobility, smart mobility solutions, and around this there are different forces challenging all this. This is what we did in our group. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And thank you to the entire group for their input. Then the Group D. Do you have microphone?
we are doing this together since, as in Group C, we collected input from 2 working groups, and also as in Group C, we defined, or our rapporteurs defined something like an ecosystem where different interests have to be taken into account, which means that you have a societal sphere, you have a data management sphere, and a private-public interest sphere, which have to interact. And now I'm handing over to my colleague.
So I think we tackled mainly the same questions as in Group C. So we have the part of the data management where it was mentioned that data sovereignty is an important aspect which needs to be taken into account, and basically the individual data control is important in the entire design process, and then that basically feeds back into the question of the public good or the societal impact, however you want to call it. So one particular case was that data can help blind people to navigate in the city. So actually, that's a question of the data impact, but that of course is strongly linked with the question of data management. And then in the middle, we have the question of the public and the private interest. So if you have private companies in between that sections, they of course have a different interest than the end user. So, and that's basically the ecosystem which needs to be taken into account in the design process. So did I miss something you want to add?
That was very good. Thank you.
So thank you very much for the speakers and moderators and for the groups. I thought that maybe you have an idea how to wrap up. I'm overwhelmed because these are really sophisticated analysis of data governance models. And we will write 2 reports on it, and I think we might reach, let's say, more straight conclusions. Maybe if you have something to
I have a very practical conclusion. Could you maybe leave all your little post-its right on the table? Because one of the very original ideas to organize this workshop was that this is one of the rare occasions where you get so many different people from so many different regions together and to finally overcome the typical cultural national perspective. And when I was just dropping from group to group, I was so actually enlightened to really see, that's really interesting, this problem, because I hadn't seen it before. So even though some of you might think, hey, not all of the interest conflicts, etc., are really now on these screens, please leave it there, because we would like to work with it, in our academic research later on. And from this perspective, I would say it was really even more than what I expected, and I expected a lot.
Thank you so much for your participations, and to the speakers and moderators, and also to our working group.
Maybe I think probably project.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
So, did you like it? Okay. Oh wow, okay. So how do you like Berlin so far? Very nice. Super.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this workshop. My name is Julia Schütze, and with me is Kate Zaslow. And yeah, we would like to do a workshop with you today, so we'll be a little bit interactive as well. So I think at some point you might want to get closer to the stage. Our topic today is human rights-centered cybersecurity training. When we set up this workshop in our work at a think tank, we work on international cybersecurity policy, and there's a lot of concentration on cybersecurity of the state. However, states are using cyberspace also for a lot of different reasons, to have different foreign policy and security goals that are not necessarily good for IT security of people, citizens, and may also use surveillance tactics. So this workshop will really want to concentrate on cybersecurity of the people. We have basically 3 goals. So one I already said, we really want to focus on safety and security, and for some people you would maybe use more the word digital security instead of cybersecurity of people, and shifting away from this national security focus. Then we really want to increase awareness about, to achieve this, we do have to look at specific cases, we do have to look at individual situations, and take into account their threat landscape. So we will have a case you already have in front of that we will work through, and then really identify some challenges and some best practices on how to work in kind of an insecure environment, in a challenging environment,
together. And we will do this from different perspectives. So we will have people here on stage who will start with an input before you guys can chime in and help us deal with these challenges, who work on global development, but also work on IT security specifically, incident response, who are journalists. So to really get at this problem, you have to look at all these different perspectives. And we hope that you obviously bring in even more perspectives to this case. So the agenda for the next 90 minutes, the introduction is nearly done. Then I'm handing over the stage to Daniel Moosbrucker. Daniel Moosbrucker is a journalist. He's also a digital security trainer. He worked at Reporter Without Borders, and he also does his PhD specifically looking at what impact does surveillance have on journalism. And for what he's here today, he developed a threat modeling guide for project managers who work specifically in development context, who really need to identify on a non-technical level, first of all, what are even the threats. And he brought here a case for us to work on. And yeah, with that, I'm handing it over to Daniel to explain a little bit better on what the case is about.
Cool.
Here.
Yeah. Thank you, Julia, for this nice introduction. Thanks for having me, and also thanks for having Deutsche Welle Academy today to present this use case you all will work on, luckily, in the next 90 minutes. DW Academy is part of the broadcaster DW, and DW Academy strengthens media freedom and media independence in more than 50 countries with a focus on Africa and Asia. And I am part of a project there as a consultant in which we try to deal with digital security threats and try to more work, because there are a lot of trainings out there. Some people in the development countries, but also in countries like Germany, are already complaining that they are overtrained in digital security. So they had a lot of trainings, but they don't really change their behavior. And that's specifically the focus we're trying to addressing in our project. So, okay, what are like the more strategic and structural changes that need to be done? And one part of this was this development of an interactive guide for civil society organization and project managers working on it. It's not yet published. It is in the layout, so I'm done with the work. It's in the layout now. If you want to receive it, it will be published digitally. Please just write me informally an email with, I don't know, subject line IGF, or I don't know, I just put you in a folder and we'll let you know. Once we're out, this is already the headline. So yeah, please let me know if you're interested. This from our project, and for that project we did a lot of research, and of course DW Academy is also quite experienced when it comes to digital security threats. And what I brought today is a quite of this stereotype example. Organizations like DW Academy, but also others have to work with. So the case scenario for today is the following. You have a situation in which you have a funding entity that does not care much more than about just giving money to a development cooperation organization. And this development cooperation sets up a project, has a project plan, and in our example, the project is setting up a digital human rights lab in a country of the Global South, working together with local partners. This is quite common that it's like that you have a development cooperation basically giving money and sharing knowledge and working always with local partners to strengthen these local partners. And the interesting challenge is that, this will follow soon, but we will see it here already, we have a situation from a security perspective in which we still have at least 4 different entities, but they, like, on a regular basis, which means every day, they work together.
So they remain in their organizations, but they have like a temporarily environment to create in which they can communicate and work safely. So a need is this temporary IT only for the project, while all organizations have their own IT infrastructure already. Everybody remains individual, but they have to work together in a secure way. And the challenges we are facing is that the funding organization, this is what was here the blue one, the funding organization is a big entity with 1,000 plus employees. So everybody who's working in such a big entity knows that it's kind of slow sometimes, and there are a lot of rules. And of course, this organization has its own IT department, and a change of the IT infrastructure is just always an issue. It's possible, but it is an issue. You have to lobby for it internally, and it just takes time. Plus, when we're looking now into the project, every adoption of a, let's say, foreign entity, for example, the local partners, can be considered as a security risk. So the IT department will never ever say, yeah, just leave them in. Because for the funding organization, this is, of course, can be considered as a security risk. And why don't they let them in? Because the local NGOs do have several structural problems. First of all, mostly they don't even have an IT department because they're like small organizations, 20, 30 people as a maximum. Or they have like, if there's a real need, I don't know, the mail server is not running anymore, then they hire on an hour basis a freelancer who does this for them. But like not the strategic planning of IT. Secondly, due to limited resources and of course due to practicability, they mostly rely on free services like Google Drive, Slack, WhatsApp, Gmail, all the other things that are just, at least when it comes to money, for free. Yeah. And number three, the awareness is relatively low. While I have to admit this is mostly true for all the employees, not only in the local NGOs. Right. So what is for our case now, the risk matrix? So the need is that we'll get a temporary IT for the project that works. And of course, this is quite a big thing. It takes, when I do these projects, it takes like weeks to make a real threat modeling process. But for our workshop, we kind of narrow it down a little bit. So the risk matrix could look as follows. The assets are 5 ones, so we need to secure the communication within the team and with the external partners. Partners, I mean like the local NGOs. Internet research in terms of online behavior, so everything we'll do on our computer, on our smartphone while like researching. Project data stored and edited, probably in a cloud, because we have a temporary project running. Bank account data for project-related transaction, and the physical integrity of devices like smartphones. And these assets are at risk because we do have certain adversaries, which can be grouped as follows. We have government-related agencies of the country of the global south. We do not consider here agencies of the funding country, because as they're funding, they probably, if they want to know what's going on, they probably just ask. The ISPs of the organizations, speaking on, for all the techies here in the room, speaking of the IP layer. Third-party services like Google or Facebook, speaking of more about the application layer. And we do have like relatively, compared to these others, relatively low, sophisticated online criminals who are just interested in, I don't know, hacking your bank accounts and making some money. Right. This might seem now quite complex. I think it is. But Julia, thankfully, has printed this case. And on a sheet of paper, I think, yeah. And we will distribute it. And yeah, thanks for the attention for now, and thanks already now for your input. I'm very sure that this will help us a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, the case studies are actually already printed in front of you, and if someone doesn't have one sitting in front of them, come find us because we have more up here. We, as you can see, invited different speakers. They all come from different professional backgrounds and have had different experiences with a probably similar case to what Daniel just presented. Each of them have prepared a unique challenge and a solution to this case or to potential problems with digital rights, such as freedom of expression or privacy. And these solutions that they'll present can be kept in mind as a best practice, which you can use during the brainstorming session, which will follow. Tell you more then. And the goal of these best practices, or the goal of their solutions, is to foster and protect rights such as right to freedom of expression and right to privacy. So without further ado, I'll give the stage to our first speaker, Farhan Janjua. He is a digital rights practitioner, journalist, consultant, and he also does security trainings.
Is there only one page?
Yes.
And it's really appropriate. Just asking.
It is only one page. We'll discuss it more during the brainstorming session, so if you have any questions.
Oh, okay. It's a one.
Yeah, it's a one-pager, though. You're not missing a second page.
Oh, it says the following challenges, just there's just 1 point, so got confused. So,
is there something? Okay. Well, yeah, if there are questions, we can elaborate during the session.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Farhan Janjua. Thank you for the introduction. And so I've already, considering the case in point which you already have in front of you, I try to identify some of the challenges given the context that I come from. So I'm a Pakistani journalist. I work with local journalists and activists and also organizations. So when I looked at the challenge, I had some ideas that are extremely relevant to the challenge, and I will list them down and hopefully would try to think of solutions from my point of view. So the first one is the trust deficiency. So when it comes to the NGOs or the funding bodies or the international NGOs, there really is a lack of trust in countries like ours. Also thanks to some of the pretty big scandals that we have had concerning the INGOs, international NGOs. So the first challenge in this is that the local partners that you would be working with would come up to you and would ask you, okay, how should we trust you and your proprietary software and IT infrastructure? Are you really telling us that you're more secure than Google? So really, you would need some work with them, and you would need some convincing. And really, two scandals that I would like to quickly highlight that took place in Pakistan. One was when they tried to catch Osama bin Laden, and even though they were successful, but the method that they used was this the polio vaccine drive led by an NGO, and then the whole infrastructure was involved, and that ended up jeopardizing the whole polio program in the country, and it really became like a health scandal. And then another one was this executive from Save the Children NGO. So he really had access to some of the data that he shouldn't have had, and he now is being charged with molesting like 30+ children. So now, after all this scandal and being like, a media scandal everywhere, there's really a lack of deficiency when it comes to the trust. So people locally, they also, this is really true also for the people who work with NGOs, who really want to make a difference and change something, but are hesitant when it comes to introduction of new IT all of a sudden, because they would be like, okay, why can't we just continue using our Google Mail or Slack or whatever? So this is one of the challenges that I identified. The next would be, even if you convince them that, okay, maybe we have the custom email services, for example, or the proprietary software, unique to every organization, and then there's lack of training when it comes to the local organizations and the staffers that work there. That's another challenge that I identified. And then really there's also the lack of awareness why the privacy matters, because it is usually followed by something like, we have nothing to hide, so why should we encrypt our communication, and why should we, and this is really a challenge, because when you hear statements like this coming from really progressive or liberal political leaders, and then you really end up banging your head against the walls, because okay, if the progressive people are saying this, there's no hope really. So then that's another thing, because they would be like, maybe something fishy is going on. Why are they asking us to encrypt or hide our communication? What do they want us to do? So yeah, that's another issue. And then of course the lack of secure communication devices, given the attitude also among the activists and journalists and the people who work with these organizations, they often end up having unsecure devices, and it's really because of the context that I mentioned before. So given these points, I would like to also mention some solutions that I propose.
Yes.
So for the first one, I propose that unless it's a really, really sensitive project, and you really, and maybe the big organizations such as Google or Slack could really be one of your adversaries, I think you should find a way, we should find a way to make do with some of these existing tools, although I'm pretty sure Daniel might disagree with me. But I think that if given the limited resources and as I said, unless the project deals with really sensitive information and you really can't trust Google for that, and then you can focus on developing really your own infrastructure. Moving on to the next point, I think the big organizations, as my colleague mentioned, including the donor organizations that may be based in the so-called global north, and if they have a lot of data to protect, then they really have to find a way to give the access to the NGOs that work on site in these countries using that data. And I think one of the ways could be to creating sort of APIs, and through those APIs they could only find a way to give access to only limited amount of data that is really necessary for the projects. The next solution that I propose would be, of course, concerns the training, because we really need more workshops and trainings as to why privacy matters. I mean, we are really talking about super absolute beginning, and sometimes it makes sense when you tell them that yes, it matters. And so how I try to do it, I give them an example that how would you feel if you were sharing absolute and intimate chats, messages with somebody, and this third individual who you don't even know has access to all that, including your intimate photos and something, and then they're like, oh yeah, that's we wouldn't like our nudes ending up in wrong hands. So then it's not really the best example, but this is, we work with what we can work with. So yeah, I think the training, we need more of those trainings. And then we can also focus on individual trainings depending on the certain needs of the project. Because obviously depending on the project and then depending on the organizations and individuals that we are working with, we would obviously need to develop individualized digital security solutions. And then of course comes encryption, because that's really the basic, the least we can do is to encrypt the data that we're working with along with the communications. And then again the more of the basic solutions, including password security. And I'm sure that you all might be wondering that, okay, this is really basic, we already know this. But believe me when I say this, that when you work with NGOs and including activists on the ground, this really is something that can make a huge difference, because most people wouldn't even realize how important a safe password and password security can be. And obviously this is followed by the two-factor authentication. So I think these are some of the really basic things that we can work with, and then we can improvise depending on the projects. This would be me, and now I would let the other colleagues to. Thank
very much. All right.
So I'll introduce you really quickly before. This is Chris Kubeska. She is a IT security professional, a hacker, a cybersecurity researcher, and she'll also give her unique challenges and solutions to the case presented. Thanks.
Thank you so much. So what I based these on were actual real-world examples and things that I've actually used in the past for various reasons. Now, when we're dealing with journalists, you also have to think about the safety of their sources as well, because if there is poor cybersecurity with a journalist or an NGO, and someone perchance is reporting something which is a safety hazard or a human rights violation, that particular source could then be exposed due to poor cybersecurity. So one of the ways that I was posing solutions for this was security is hard. I'll give you a good example. I have a fleece over there that is from the National Security Agency because 2 years ago I found an encryption exploitable vulnerability on NSA servers. So if the NSA has a problem with ensuring proper encryption, journalists and NGOs are also going to have a problem with this type of stuff. So we need to make it easy as much as possible so that they can be used. So one of the things I suggest is a one-pager, if not maybe maximum two-pager of easy to understand hardening guides and a guide to show the privacy risks as well for using different types of free services, because they're going to be used because they're low cost, no cost, and a lot more people know how to use these things than something rather exotic and proprietary. When you're talking about money, that's a big topic for most people and also organizations, and it's a primary target for, say, your regular run-of-the-mill criminal who's wearing a trench coat and a hat. One of the things that we can do is actually use secure operating systems like something called Tails, where anytime there are banking transactions, you use that operating system, and then that operating system does not save any of the settings. It's only used for financial transactions. When we're dealing with trying to set up good security, one of the things that we can do is look to some of our computer emergency response teams. Now, Luxembourg has this great civilian one called CIRCLE. It's Security with a Smile Luxembourg is what it stands for. And they have assistance with free training if you happen to be a constituent for Luxembourg, and they'll also place free dummy sensors to look at abnormal behavior and alert on various project networks. In addition to that, they have a hardware project based on a Raspberry Pi where, let's say you're a journalist and you receive from a USB a bunch of data from a source, and you want to also make sure that you don't get infected from that source. So this particular project, you plug your USB in, and then you plug the source's USB in, and it goes ahead and it cleans it and strips away everything, including metadata, because metadata can be used to actually identify sources. And so it strips that all off, and you've got a nice clean piece of data that contains exactly what you want. It even strips it off from images. One of the things, borrowing from the corporate world, when I headed information protection group for Saudi Aramco family, is we had a lot of joint ventures that we had to be aware of that they had a much higher risk threat profile, or excuse me, much higher risk with their data coming into us versus us, where we had lots of money to implement security. So what we did was we treated them as a red or untrusted connection. So in order to get anything into our networks and into our project, they had to go through several layers of security, such as a virus scanner and so forth. Now, another thing to be aware of is when we surf the internet, we can be identified based on our searches, our DNS searches, and also our devices can be fingerprinted using things called a user agent string. Well, there is free technology called SQUID, for example, that can mask your user agent string and fingerprinting of your devices, which is a very good alternative in many cases to using, for example, the Tor network, because a lot of different governments and police departments around the world actually have exit nodes on the Tor network to try to find the traffic. Another thing can be using and leveraging different types of projects like Let's Encrypt to try to set up an automatic encryption system based on, say, Let's Encrypt, which is based in Canada, prior to it being put up into Google Cloud, which could be looked at by the US government under the Patriot Act. and they might have to hand over things that you might not want, which could expose sources. Something as simple as virus protection, I have seen lacking with quite a lot of journalists and a huge amount of NGOs. I've even seen it with some government systems. So because the project in the case study has money, virus protection could easily be purchased in bulk for every party that is taking part in this. Now, a separate smartphone for secure communications. Now, this is quite important. Earlier this year, my smartphone and secure communications was actually broken into by a nation state because I was working with a journalist to break about my work with negotiating and then getting rid of a particular threat dealing with a cell of ISIS. And the particular nation state was not too pleased that things were about to come out, and my stuff got hacked, the journalist stuff got hacked. So I took a page from someone that I met who works for the NSA, and they've got an actual separate smartphone with no SIM card, which can only be turned on for secure communications in a very controlled manner. And this way, it's extremely separate. And you don't surf the web on it, you don't do banking transactions, it is only for that particular secure communications, and that device happens to be encrypted. Now, another thing we have to be concerned of is when people are traveling around, either to different parts of a particular country or internationally, they're going to want to be able to charge their things. They're going to want to talk about things and do things. So, borrowing a page from Saudi Aramco, one of the things we did, because several of our corporate officers and on the executive board have actually been assassinated or survived assassinations. And we issued every traveler a travel pack with a mostly pictorial travel information booklet to advise them when you happen to be in a taxi cab. Many of these are recorded with audio and or video, so what you're saying is not private, and be aware of your surroundings. In addition to that, we issued power packs so that they didn't just plug into an airport phone charger, which may or may not be safe. Another thing we did was we issued something called a USB condom, which only allows power transfer and not data transfer at all. And this way, the smartphone might not be infected and bring things back and then expose information. So with that, I will hand over to the next speaker, and thank you very much.
Yeah, so next we have Benga Sesan. He is the Executive Director of the Paradigm Initiative, a digital rights practitioner based in Nigeria, but active in 5 different partner countries. Benga will also share his unique challenge and solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a one-page case study, which made it easy to read. Thank you. But the first thing that jumped at me when I read this was the problem of capacity. And I like the way you described how the funding organization just wants to give money. I'm sure you sense the reaction in the room because it kind of sounds familiar a bit. There are people who just want to give money, but on the other hand, there are people who just want to get the job done. And that means that if there's a gap between expectation and the capacity in terms of the reality of what you can do, that is a challenge. Because many times we have conversations between people who are giving resources and people who are getting stuff done on the ground. At the end of the day, you write a report and there's a mismatch. It's typically not because you don't want to get it done. It's mostly at times because the capacity for that particular requirement may not be there. And I'll speak to what I think may be a solution in a second. Second is in terms of priority. I think that many times, and I talk a lot about priority mismatch between funding organizations and actors on the ground. There are many times that something is sexy, it's great, it's new, AI, everyone wants to fund it, but is that exactly what the organization on the ground wants to work on? So there's kind of the question of, is this really what the local partner needs right now? The interesting thing about this case study is that we are, Paradigm Initiative is setting up a lab that commences in February 2020. So it kind of is a real experience for me. The interesting thing is we are not talking to a funder, so we don't have that mismatch problem just yet. The third thing that jumped at me from the case study is this legacy tech versus new tech conundrum, where an old organization that has been around for 1,005 years, of course, that's an exaggeration, believes that this legacy tech that we use is secure and all of that. But a new organization, most new organizations don't look for what's best. The first thing is what's available. What do we know? What can we use? Of course, as they grow, they get capacity to use more sophisticated things and things like that. But that is a challenge because you have this legacy tech that you're used to, and this organization has this new cool tool that they have just become aware of. Solutions, suggestions, and because I know there are experts in the room who can't wait to share their own solutions. So first is, if you look at the challenge of capacity, I think that we need to begin to think of going just beyond project support, which is typically what most, in this case, so the funding organization wants a learning lab, right? And my suspicion is that the budget that they expect to be presented by this actor on the ground has everything but building technical capacity. In many cases, things like remuneration for staff and things like that are not included in the project support. But I think we need to go a bit beyond that, and I'm glad that many funders across the world are beginning to think of that. That you're not only thinking of sustainability of the project, but sustainability of the organization itself. Because if the organization dies, then the project is dead, and that's the reality. The second is to match available support with demonstrated need. So there are people who really want to build labs. There are people who just want USB condoms. Now, match support with need. In this case, does this organization in this global south country, is this lab what exactly they want to work on? If it's not, then I guess there's a terrible handshake already, and the only thing that can come from a terrible handshake is most likely going to be some form of embarrassment. And the third, in terms of legacy versus new tech, is that if this is the platform that you use as an institution that's been working for a while, and this is the platform that the others use, is it possible to have a handshake between both platforms? It's not always possible. I mean, obviously, in an ideal world, everybody expects that every phone charger will work with every other phone, right? Either it's it's an iPhone or an Android phone, but we know that's not the reality. So the handshake isn't like always there. But I think there is a gap between what you use and what I use. So the question is, what are we gunning for? If what we're gunning for is security, what platform? And I'm saying, for example, if the legacy tech you're using has three main attributes. One, it's secure. Two, it's easy to use. Yeah, that doesn't sound quite legacy. And the third is that it's fast. Then the question to ask is, what is that tool that offers these three properties or these three attributes that is within the range of what new tech solutions offer that this organization can use? And I'll draw the curtain on what I'm saying here, so I can listen to others.
All right, thank you so much. So. Now that we got some challenges, I think I really brought out some individual challenges, organizational challenges, IT security challenges specifically, and on the setup, but then also at the end, also project setup challenges, and then different solutions. So what we would like to do now is get your perspective in, because we know that there are lots of people in the room who either have their own experience, work on these things and their own expertise. So we will now have overall 30 minutes for brainstorming, and we'll do this step by step. So first round, to think about what other best practices do you think should be considered to protect specifically, and now we focus on privacy and freedom of expression in this case. So first, find a partner to do this and discuss this. The cases are dispersed. If you need a case, just come to the front. But before we start brainstorming, and before I set the clock, are there any questions about the case, like understanding questions that you need answering before you can think about this, then now would be the time to ask them. No? Okay.
Just for quick background, we had some different perspectives from the 3 speakers that we had, but if your challenges that need other solutions are from totally different backgrounds, feel free to mention those as well. This is meant to be broad and yeah, inclusive. It doesn't need to be strictly from a technical or a practitioner background. It can be, be creative.
Okay, so then, yes, please find a partner and brainstorm first on the question, what do you think are best practices that we should consider in this case to protect privacy and freedom of expression? Just your neighbor. And your neighbor, or you need to move if you don't have a neighbor. Let's go.
Change the keys regularly.
You got 1 minute left, 1 minute in the pair. All right, thank you so far. Please listen to me 1 second. Now, please find a second group. I'm sure you brainstormed lots of best practices. The next challenge for you is we need the most urgent one now. So you meet with another group, share some of the best practices, and decide which you think we should definitely, urgently implement in this case. And nail that one down. Okay, so last step, everyone. Since you are already quite big groups, so I would say, yeah, nearly all of them are already nearly 8 people, I would say we skip the step of merging again, but I will give you 5 minutes time now to think about what you would like to present to the others and figure out who would present the best practice or the challenge you were working on. So you get 5 minutes. All right. Well, thank you very much for participating already in the group work. We will now finish the group work, and for the transcription reasons, it's best if one representative or two of your group come actually to the front and present. And the good thing is now we are not pressured on time. So now we have still an easy half an hour where you can present your best practice, and the other people from the group can even raise questions and we can discuss a little bit. So yeah, so thank you for participating in the group work and feeling stressed out a little bit. But now we have enough time. So looks like the first group here would like to start. Yes. Yes, please. Because then the transcription for the online works better. Thank you.
Don't take anything I will say for granted, and it's definitely a lie and the worst thing you can do. Because the time was not much. So in terms of communication within the team, like the first aspect, we thought of a lot of things. We certainly agreed that we needed a discipline. And on top of that, use off-the-record encryption and to communicate with your partners and maybe sources. And just a small side note, we agreed that the most crucial thing is integrity of devices. But if you have this threat level, then a group of 10 people that sat down for a workshop is definitely not the best choice you have. So we refrained from thinking of a solution for that.
Thank you. Yes. Could you also? I'll bring you a mic.
So you talk about we as in external or internal? Are you the organization or are you supporting them? And how good do you know the organization?
I would actually think I would consider the organization itself, not the external, like we the organization. You would need some technical knowledge for that, but it's technical knowledge that is easily acquired and it's really easy to install. There are truckloads of tutorials on how to do that.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions on this?
I saw him.
Okay, then yes, thank you. Very good ideas. Very technical. I need to look up one thing afterwards again. So now this group, please.
Yeah, hello. So I'll representing the group. In case I move left, you bring me back right, please.
Oh, actually, what would be great is if you can say your name and your organization, because then we also get to know each other. Sorry,
Okay.
I forgot that.
Okay, my name is Sada Malumfashi. I'm a fellow of the Reporters Without Borders Germany Berlin Scholarship Program. I'm a freelance journalist. So for our scenario, we considered basically 4 things, which I will mention first, then I will go into the details of what we discussed for it. So we thought of having these 4 key points. Basically a threat modeling scenario for the funded organization in case in determining what's actually the threat scenario which was mentioned. And then we considered the following 4 aspects, basically account security, encryption, and anonymization. Yeah, we decided to go through first, after doing the threat modeling, to go what we call a safe tech audit, to visit the organization, check their internet setup, and improve its security. Basically, for devices, we considered looking at software updates, making sure that all the devices can be up to date in terms of softwares, licenses, and checking for malwares. Also make a safe policy, make safe internet policy use for the organization and make sure that it's enforced for all staff. Then train the staff on digital security awareness. In terms of encryption, we will advise the use of end-to-end encryption communication apps or tools for communication within the organization. Also encrypting data at rest and in transit. Then using anonymity tools for research and browsing, especially Tor, and providing VPN access to all employees. And then finally, in terms of for the bank account security, if it's just to protect the organization's bank account from basically criminal hackers, we advise using Tails for sensitive information. And okay, one thing I forgot to mention for account security, also to ensure the use of 2-factor authentication for all online accounts. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Questions or feedback to those measures? Okay, thank you so much. Now I would say, yeah, the group over there. Yeah.
I was voluntold to present. I'm Karen Riley. I'm with Status 404 right now, and I've written a lot of grants for some of the tools that get mentioned here. We focused a lot on processes. So basically, starting out with a threat modeling, adversary modeling, to understand who exactly you're protecting things against, and what sort of jurisdictions that you're worried about. Maybe with help, organizations that do security audits, particularly NGOs like Internews and others that have a framework for evaluating a small NGO's security stance. And doing the low effort, high impact mitigations, basically things that everyday citizens should be doing for their own digital security, things like 2-factor authentication, good password management, whether, not recycling any passwords if people do nothing else. Sometimes that helps, particularly with the threat of the low-level criminal organizations that should forestall a lot of those things. In terms of device security, that would be, particularly if you're doing human rights work where you have to, say, go to a prison and hand your mobile device over to the security system, security services of a company, and so that phone is going to be with them for an hour so they can do who knows what with it. That shouldn't be your primary device. Along those lines, there will always be people that are less technically adept at organizations. And so compartmentalization and access control for organizations, not everybody needs access to everything. Also, open source and usable tech, if there are alternatives to big platforms that are usable, which means that people won't be using a WhatsApp group on the side or something like that because your Mattermost is not configured correctly. And then also, particularly with the freelance case, a lot of NGOs, a freelancer comes, sets something up, doesn't document it, and so then you have data who knows where, and maybe it gets lost, maybe you don't have access to it. And so to do a little bit of project management, everybody who comes on and does tech stuff will document it with the use case that will have to hand it over to somebody else. And also, if you're going to outsource things, if you're going to put things in the cloud, you should be aware of the data processing agreements so that you know if there's copies of sensitive data on devices that you don't control. I think that was it.
Thank you. Any questions there? Yes, very thorough. I think we're going to put together a very good guide after this. So the next group, I think there's one in the very back, yes. And then...
Okay, I'm Christoph. I'm here on my own. And we put some good things together. We already have heard here some. But what we also mentioned is training for the people we are working with. So they know how to deal with open source softwares that are around and to spread the skills they have a little bit so that when somebody is not available for some things to do, you not have to wait to update your server for the next 5 days or something like this, that there's somebody else who jumps in and does it. We were also considering splitting the functions of the devices, as we already heard in the lecture, that you have got a device for one function and another device for the next function. Yeah, that's it, I think.
Okay, thank you. Any comments and questions? Okay, and then last but not least, there's a group over there.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just want to share my best practice for our academic experience that we are working on GIS mapping for water treatment, and there are so many phishing and cybercrime on the database, but we practiced to structure VPN model that's just verified people through VPN access to this database. And the second level of security is that the user should be verified with email address. They receive the on a specific code via email, and the observer can check, is that true with the correct code that monitor for water treatment or not. You know that it's strategic, and there are so many problems about that. So our best practice VPN, second level of verification code, and just live observer that check that is that correct user and editor just have access to database or not. There are so many phishing about that especially for strategic practice. Yep.
What VPN services do you use?
VPN services that verified with academic institutions. Yes. Yes, with Cisco system. Cisco system that it's updated just 1 year ago. There are so many gaps just 1 year ago. But now we have some problem for compatibility of the first level of security and second level of security, but we did it. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Farzad. First of all, I like this discussion here. I really appreciate it. My name is Maurice, and we discussed a little bit about best practices on how to work together. Is it email and privacy with email, or is it agile working and so on? And so we discussed the problems if data is server-based or if it is cloud-based, and if it is cloud-based, it's more critical because if someone wants to steal the data, everything is on one place, and that's not good for the security infrastructure. But the main part was that it's always important to give a secure condition on learning and on intercultural aspects, because everyone has to deal with new challenges concerning software and so on. And it's always important that there's enough resource on learning capacities and on to make mistakes, to give the possibilities to learn together, because if the team doesn't learn together, then it's not possible to save the privacy and the freedom of expression. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So yeah, we were busy writing here because I think this is a really good guide, and will definitely provide a thorough documentation of all your results as well afterwards. It will be linked on the workshop afterwards. Since we still have 10 minutes, please have now, I will ask for feedback now here from our experts here on stage, and then I will turn it back to you as well for final comments and thoughts that you have after this workshop. So for you, Daniel, but also Benga and Farhan and Chris, since you have sometimes been on the ground, what do you think about some of the solutions and best practices? How reality fit are there, or are there actually other things that we might have not touched upon yet that are really vital to even implement any of these really good IT security and digital security solutions? So I will start over here with Daniel, and then maybe let's do a round.
Yeah, as you said, it's a great toolbox. Let me put it that way. And I can only say from my trainer perspective, working with people, mostly the crucial point is not that much the technology itself, because we do have plenty of secure technology out there. The question is, do people want to use it? And I was very thankful, especially about the last point, about also these intercultural learnings. I cannot stress enough how much I learned when we, for that threat modeling guide, when we did workshops in countries I've honestly never been to before, like Ghana, Uganda, and I really just seeked input and just realized that, okay, Daniel, this European perspective just does not fit. And if, for example, the company I'm consulting at the moment, DW Academy, if they really want to make a difference in the digital security, they have to, there needs to be a common understanding between these cultural gaps that do exist. And I think, this is apart from all the technology mentioned here, which are all good. They are just, this is the most crucial point. Just one example, if I hear Tor browser, of course, no debate that this is might be better than not using Tor browser, but it's just a matter of fact that
no one really uses it in certain countries at least. So we have to think about, okay, what are the mechanisms, what are the processes to change this?
Okay, thank you. Farhan?
So one of the suggestions, I think it was by the second group, was that we should also make sure that, and because we also have money for it, hopefully the donors have money for it, is that the devices and the software, because now that I think of it, like there's a really big issue of using pirated software. It's quite common because not many people can afford licensed operating systems. And really, what can you do when you don't even have a licensed operating system, and when the one that you are using is downloaded off of an internet, and God only knows what it brings with it. So I think, if you can, then this is really the basic, and like you should help them with the licensed software and devices. And really emphasize the need for it. And I really quite liked this feedback, along with what everybody else from the audience said. It was very relevant. And I see that being used in the context of what I talked about. So yeah, I think it was a good suggestion.
Thank you. Chris?
So one of the groups discussed doing an audit and seeing what sort of weaknesses and vulnerabilities might exist, and then trying to correct those. It's also important to consider continually doing those audits at least once a year, if possible. In addition to that, another group mentioned using VPN hardware. It's very important to audit the configuration of that hardware, because one of the things that I find, the internet always yields loveliness for me because I do identify as a hacker. And one of the things that the internet yields a lot are VPN systems, even Cisco systems, that they were just put in, but they weren't configured properly. So I won't mention the political party from the US, but I found that they had never turned on encryption or authentication on their VPN system, which means it's not a VPN system, right? So you have to be aware of those things. You also have to be aware that the hardware itself is going to need to be updated. So if you have a Cisco or whatever version, you actually have to still keep updating those particular things. And another thing that I find a whole bunch of times is, this is on email systems or security appliances like a VPN or so forth, is they might have encryption turned on, but they're using what's called a vendor demo certificate, which means, for example, up until at least this April, I found that the Saudi Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which is their intelligence arm, was using a Cisco demo certificate on their email system that was supposedly secure, and that means a whole bunch of different devices are using the same one, and I find this all the time. So I make a joke in my last book, if anybody wonders how Turkish intelligence could so easily figure out the moves of Saudi intelligence when it came to Khashoggi, well, the Saudi Ministry of Foreign Affairs' entire email system was assumed secure, but it absolutely was not. So pay attention to these different things. Another thing, be aware, I told this group over here, when we're dealing with the Tor browser, sometimes it's not the best thing to use because you have to take into account a few different things. Will you look like a blip, an anomaly that, say, an access provider like an ISP might see you and then try to track what's going on. Another thing to consider is if you have something called JavaScript enabled in that Tor browser, I can hook that Tor browser using a very simple tool called Beef, which is in Kali, but that's something that is actually now more and more commonplace. For example, one of the ways that the NSO group were able to hack into brand new updated iPhones is because the Safari browser runs JavaScript by default, and it's very difficult to turn off. So be aware of these different things when you're using stuff. To effectively use Tor, you also can't, you have to read the warnings and make sure you don't make your screen full size, because all of a sudden that telemetry data can then be broadcast, and then it can fingerprint your exact system. So there are some inherent risks to using some of these things that everyone needs to be a bit more aware of, and not to automatically have certain assumptions. Thank you. Oh.
Well, you go too deep for a normal one.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Chris.
Okay, so one of the things I appreciate about sessions like this is that we move from the paradigm of solutions looking for problems to solve, which is typically what we do. You know, we have this tech solution, and then we're like, which problem needs us? But we've kind of, yeah, I mean, that's what we do naturally, but we've kind of turned it on its head. These are the problems. What solutions do we need? So the only thing I want to say is...
We did this or we didn't do this?
We did this
okay,
here.
Good.
Yeah, that's what was done here. And I want to just encourage that, please, let's take this on. It shouldn't just be a workshop 159 thing. It should be our daily model, because I find that the reason why, for example, there's some countries where we work in where there have been proposed security solutions and people use them and get picked up because it was a solution that was looking for a problem and there was no context in terms of its interpretation, in terms of its use. So I would encourage that we use the same model when we're developing things around security and things like that, to make sure that we know what the problem is, the available tools, and what solves the problem. Not, hey, there's this solution, what problem needs us?
All right, thank you. So we have 2 minutes left, and if any of you guys would like to give either feedback or comment, things that pop to your head you really want to say now, now would be the time. All right, well then, yeah?
Hi, everyone. Farhan was talking about organization giving away money. I would like a list of that organization. Yeah. So my question is to you regarding regarding choosing a good VPN service providers, because they've been advising us that we stay away from the 14 Eyes nations. What's your take on that?
Stay away from the 14 Eyes nation. I don't care what they say about not logging. I know because sometimes I work various cases helping out the police look for some very serious like terrorism organizations and stuff. And I have seen time and time again any VPN provider affiliated with the 14 Eyes nations have always kept logs and have sung like birds.
All right, any other comments or questions? All right, well then we are very German-like and finish on time, even a little bit too early. I thank you all for participating and really, giving us your all. And yeah, as I said, the guide, the toolbox, will be published under the report section from this workshop that will be up. So yeah, thank you. But then I sometimes...
Yeah.